Goodbye.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Yes, sir. And now comes the time, a moment of silence, and I ask that you take a moment and certainly pray for our board. You know, certainly like to have that pray for their peace, wisdom, discernment, but overall our health, and what we have faced within our country and our county at this point in time. Thank you. Now, a couple things I want to clarify here. Thank you. I want to go over and first open up, before we start the, public comment, we're going to go over a few things, but first we'll go through some introductions of some new employees by Chief Ferguson, if he could come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. With me this afternoon, I have Taylor Lunsford. Taylor has joined our team as our recruitment and retention specialist, a position we sought after for about 2 years and waited till the height of COVID was over to thaw that position out. Taylor is our first full-time recruitment and retention specialist working for John Way on helping find ways to attract new volunteers into the system, as well as figure out ways to keep the ones that we have. Taylor is a longtime Botetourt resident from the Blue Ridge area, and had about 6 years of experience in marketing and some volunteer leadership and coordination with Fincastle Baptist, and we're extremely excited to have her on the team. She did spend a couple of years as a volunteer with Fincastle Volunteer Fire Department, where she met her husband, who is also a Roanoke City firefighter. So she knows about the firefighter life and the volunteer workings in Botetourt County, so we're extremely happy to have her on board. Mr. Martin, that's quite the smirk.
Blue Ridge girl.
Taylor, anything you'd like to say?
I'm just very excited to get started and to help the community any way that I can. So if you need me, give me a call.
Welcome aboard. Thank you very much. I'm sure your skills will be utilized very quickly here. Thank you. And don't go too far. Chief, the announcement of the new Buchanan Fire Chief has all been waiting for.
Yes, sir. So, as you know, the 2-year term limit was up back at the end of 2020, but Chief John Crouch, that had been serving for the previous 2 years, agreed to stay on until we could run a process and identify and select the next district fire chief for Buchanan. And as of last Monday, I appointed a familiar face to this board, over 40 years of volunteer service in various organizations, Mr. Ray Sloan. Actually just left Chief Sloan at lunch before coming here, him and his new deputy chief. The deputy chief that we appointed together is Mr. Scott Williamson, who has also been an active member in the volunteer ranks in Botetourt for 14 years. So the two of them are going to make a great pairing. They've already hit the ground running as well, and we're very excited for some refreshing and some change and a positive outlook to the future in Buchanan.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And now coming to the public comment period. But first, I would like to ask our council to speak about the monuments in the RFP and making sure that sometimes we've heard things that are a little bit far-fetched, and sometimes we get information back and thinking, what's going on here? How are you hearing these things? But I want to make sure that he understands and makes this, or you understand, he makes it clear to you all what this RFP means, request for proposal, and it's required by the state of Virginia that we do this. So if I can have you, council, to explain this to us.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to cover this as quickly and succinctly as I can. We're in the midst of a listening process for what to do with a monument that's mandated by state law. You always have the option of doing nothing. The other options that state law allows are to remove, to relocate, to contextualize, or to cover. As you know, the Board of Supervisors already had a committee of interested citizens do a study and provide a report to the board. Before the board can make a final decision on what to do, there are further steps in terms of public listening that you need to do. The first of which is that you needed to publish notice, wait at least 30 days, and then have a public hearing, and that's what's scheduled today. If the board elects to continue listening and before it makes a decision, then the next step is, and this is mandated by state law, whether you want to do it or not, is that you have to offer the monument to any museum, historical society, government, or military battlefield to make a proposal. You are requesting proposals. That's what RFP stands for. If you don't get a proposal, you do nothing. If you get a proposal and you don't like it, you do nothing. I have no idea whether the board has any intention of seriously listening to any proposals, but you have to ask for them, even if you have no intent to do so. And in any event, the final decision of whether to do anything in response to the RFP or whether to do anything with the monument at all is up to the Board of Supervisors. Do you have any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Now, under this monument, presently, what is the, that's kind of strange. Did I just blow a speaker? So, thank you. So if we have this request, who are the people that can take this monument if that was the case?
It would only, the RFP is only open to museums, historical societies, governments, and military battlefields. So it's not open to just any old person in the world, only those entities, again, that have an interest in historical preservation, especially of war monuments, could even make a proposal.
Okay. I certainly don't think our board is interested in this, but in the event, something that we are mandated by the state for. So thank you very much, Council. I appreciate that. Now, let me make something else clear, is that you have 3 minutes to speak. I would ask that there's other items on here. If you take a look at 345, this is the public hearing and proposal to relocate the monument. I ask those individuals that are here to talk in the public hearing, they're to talk about this monument or memorial, that you wait till 3:45 unless you absolutely have to leave. Again, 3 minutes. And Pete, please be respectful. We have some other items on here that we have to go through. It's a long day, so please be short and brief. First individual to speak is not about the monument, but is Robert Frederick. If you are here, Robert? Yes. There is a microphone right up there. If you would, go to that microphone and state your name and address. Welcome back, by the way.
I hope you keep that sentiment. My name is Robert Friedrich. I live at 2964 Country Club Road, Troutville, Virginia. And is this in reference to my free time?
This is the one, I know you're on here for two things. One is for the memorial, and the other one was the other portion you wanted to speak about something else.
Now I have open time.
Yes.
Okay. My issue has been the refusal of the board and the administration to allow me to speak publicly, which is a violation of the Constitution. And the issue I have, of course, you're aware of, is the ambulance that stops at the school when they're exiting or entering. I don't want to make it about me. I'm probably the only one that had a stroke and sat there for anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. And you have done nothing to improve that condition. And anybody that's got a senior or anybody that's got a heart problem, and if you don't have it, you may have it soon. You don't know. Believe me, I didn't know either until it happened. And you won't be happy with the results. So it's imperative that you change the rules on the movement of an ambulance. And don't throw all this nonsense back at me, bringing people in to tell me I'm wrong, I'm this, I'm that. They weren't in the ambulance. I was. If you want to make it about me, we can keep pushing the issue. I'll push back. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Mr. Gregory, can you wait till 3:45?
I'm fine.
You're fine?
Yeah.
Mr. Friedrich, you can wait till 3:45? Thank you. Mr. McLeod, you can wait till 3:45? Thank you. Colonel Gill, can you wait till 3:45? Yes. Thank you. And Dan Phelps? Yes. Thank you all for the understanding of that. Appreciate that. And now we come to the Rocky Forge. Ms. Mudge? That's fine, right here.
Good afternoon, thank you. Tenny Mudge, neighboring Rockbridge County. I stand before you with respect for the leadership of the chairman and for each supervisor. Botetourt County has a bright future. If you don't already regret the day Apex came to town, it's inevitable that you will. You don't need an ill-fated wind project on your watch. The list of liabilities is long. Extreme fire danger, water quality decline, devalued real estate, scenic viewshed destruction, infrasound health liabilities, death to golden eagles and bald eagles, multiple bat species, harming over 1,000 acres of protected conservation easements, destruction to one of the last designated wildlife corridors in the East Coast, all in the name of 5 to 7 jobs, vague estimates of county tax revenue, and inefficient, intermittent, and minimal energy production. For over 5 years, concerned citizens in a multi-county area have been forced to endure the apex threat of harm to the things they value the most: community, homes, and environment. Rocky Forge is toxic to all three. And for what? With a lifespan of barely 20 to 25 years, these turbines would be leaking obsolete scars with a deficient decommissioning plan for all to see. You heard it with your own ears, as did I, at a prior meeting when the Apex VP of Development stood before you and said, with turbines of the previously permitted 550-foot height, the project was not economically viable. There was not enough wind. It was all about the money. They had to go taller or they would walk. Apex has submitted incomplete site plans multiple times, wasting county time and money. They are deeply behind schedule. When asked by Supervisor Clinton, Apex admitted their delays are their own doing, not to state or county regulations. Even today, their own website is out of date. It says Rocky Forge is expected to be operational in 2021. Well, that's not true. Turbines haven't been ordered, and they might be delivered the second quarter of 2022. Apex's dangerously inept approach to the facts, to timelines, to communications, to communicate responsibly at meetings, they give canned and vague responses to direct questions. This does not bode well for the future of a safe or favorable mountaintop blasting installation for the county. Green isn't green if it isn't done right. If Apex is not getting it right now, you would be wise to heed the warning. You are our last line of defense. I speak for a large citizen base. I call upon your leadership to terminate the SEP due to failure to comply with county authority. Do not let a risky and doomed project darken the bright future of Botetourt. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you. Next is Ed Schultz.
Hello, Ed Schultz, 6292 Springwood Road, Buchanan. I'm representing three properties, my sister and my father's property, which I co-own, 6176 and 6182. I'm not against power. We have the transmission line go through the back of our property that goes from Cloverdale to Lexington. What I am most concerned about is it seems this spot was picked based on a isolation, that it was least amount of people would be affected versus a higher population area. The result is the same. These towers are going to be seen for miles and miles, clearly from our front of our houses. Not just me, but anybody in that area. When you're talking about over 600 feet per tower, and it's something you're not going to be able to ignore or get used to. I feel like it was not beneficial to the people that live there. I don't know what we're gaining personally, maybe the county and tax money or permit money, but for the people that live there and have to look at it every day, I don't really see the benefit. We already have power lines. Long range, I'll speak the same as she did about hawks and eagles and clear cutting land. People move up there for the beauty of the county, like the isolation. And I just feel that this is going to be something that you can't ignore, and it'll be there forever. Not to mention the damage to the land. I don't want to get into the specifics of that, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melissa Hundley.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Melissa Hundley, and I lived in Clifton Forge, Virginia, but I am one of four of my siblings that own 850 acres at the bottom of North Mountain that will be directly changed forever. It's all in conservation easements, including the 3 miles of creek. I am here today to share a message from a friend in West Virginia. She couldn't make it here today and gave me the privilege of sharing her life with the wind turbines when they showed up in her community. Hello, my name is Dottie Moreland. I'm 80 years old and I live high on a mountain in West Virginia on land that has been passed down by my dad's family for 6 generations. This is my opinion and my life with the windmill. I live on a private lane and other relatives have homes up this lane. I have good neighbors and I've felt safe here. Then along came the windmills. At first they were very far away, some on another mountain. I could see their lights blinking on and off at night. They just kept coming closer and closer across from the back of my house on Saddle Mountain. Before the windmills, I loved sitting on my front porch and enjoying the peace and quiet, watching the deer and the squirrels and listening to the birds sing. I can't do that anymore because on the left side of the saddle in the mountain, there are windmills for miles. They have destroyed my way of life. The noise is annoying and terrible. Sometimes it sounds like an airplane or a helicopter hovering. Sometimes the sounds are like clanging, then sometimes humming and buzzing. It's hard to describe. This disrupts my sleep, causes me to have headaches and anxiety attacks. It gets in my head. I can't seem to get it out. It's like a song that gets stuck in my head. Sometimes my heart begins to beat with the rhythm of the sound. Now they're putting them even closer. These things have affected my health, and most disturbing are what they have done to my mental health. This is so stressful. I can only imagine what it will be like when the windmills are even closer. I fear I'm going to have to leave my home. Some of us who live in this area wrote our Public Service Commission with our concerns. It didn't help. Our politicians, local officials, and their commissioners threw us under the bus, so to speak. They do not live in this area, so it doesn't affect them. They don't care about our lives. Allowing this industry has caused serious conflicts between friends and family. I could explain those issues, but I don't feel comfortable sharing publicly. I never thought in a million years I would have to live my last days like this, and most disturbing, possibly having to abandon my lifetime home. Dottie said to tell y'all to please not do this to the citizens you serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson?
Down front.
My name is Rick Anderson, 620 Little Timber Ridge Road, Buchanan, Virginia. This is Oklahoma State University hat. I have family in Oklahoma. And we moved here to Virginia, and I grew up here in Virginia. In the state of Oklahoma, in Lawton, Oklahoma, and also in Kiowa and Caney River in Kansas, they purchased a Neil Green Power from them for $233 million. So this wind turbines has a situation of corporate wants money. Also in Oklahoma, whenever these wind turbines finally failed after many years, they came, and yes, they got the blades, but they left the mounts standing. So the structures are still there today, deteriorating, having an environmental impact on the land as I speak of right now, this very second, going into the soil farmlands that they purchased years ago. They did not clean up their mess. They took the blades, but the mounts are still standing. It's out there in my family. Here in Gala, where I grew up, go out the back door, it's going to be right, the mountain's out the back door where the wind turbines are going to be put up. We've had family gatherings there, still have family gatherings. We're going to go out the back door and see these wind turbines. Used to be peace, now it's going to be turmoil for our family to be there. That's going to be just disrupting to us. Also, killing jobs right here. We have gas. There's a Columbia gas transmission plant in Gala that already has gas going underground, straight up the mountain where these wind turbines are going to be. Also, coal is our neighbors, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia, right here. We don't have to pay much for the value of shipping coal right here to our county, to our state, because it's so close. We get a great rate on shipping costs of coal. So we have gas and coal. Why do we need wind turbines? Are they going to reduce the cost of electricity? No. Whenever the electricity doesn't work on the wind turbines, what happens in Oklahoma? They don't work, but people get higher monthly bills. Why? Because the charges and the fees goes to the households, not the corporations. They're not going to lose, period.
like this is gonna be killing jobs right here in our area with coal and gas. Out there, they've also had where they said wind farm developers have been paid to stop producing electricity. These payments are then added to the household consumer bills. Once again, the household consumers of the county of this area will get charged instead of the corporation. Maintenance out there, I talked to my brother-in-law. He's in the office for energy out there. He says, for the wind turbines, to lubricate those blades, oil. To defreeze these turbine winds comes diesel. Oh, fracking, fracking. Stuff we already have plenty of in the ground. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Claus?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jean Conch. I live at 2921 Mount Moriah Road in Eagle Rock. This is just a personal note because I think all the negative things about the wind turbines have already been said or will be said. But my personal note is I have lived in my home there for 50 years. Yes, I'm 80 years old now. I have enjoyed the view of North Mountain all those 50 years. And I would like to think that the generations after me will enjoy it also. Please consider that when you make your votes on Rocky Forge.
Thank you. Mr. Claus?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, I would like to remind the county that the current Apex construction schedule described in the Apex cover letter with the site plan third submittal indicates a commercial operations date around September 2022. The power purchase agreement for Rocky Forge between the Commonwealth of Virginia and Dominion Energy ends 31 December 2021. Quoting from the power purchase agreement, if for any reason the power purchase agreement is timely executed but Rocky Forge fails to achieve COD, that's commercial operations date, by December 31st, 2021, the capacity target shall automatically be reduced to 345 megawatts, all of which shall be for solar capacity, end quote. This means no power purchase agreement for wind capacity because Rocky Forge will not achieve COD until well beyond the end of 2021. I may be wrong, but my understanding is that Botetourt County only gets revenue from Rocky Forge wind based upon the electric power generated and sold to a customer. Without an active power purchase agreement, Rocky Forge Wind would have a power generation facility, but no agreement from anyone to buy its product. With no power produced, the county would receive no revenue. Under the circumstances, the county ought not to approve a project without knowing whether it is getting a return on investment. Another point, Apex's site plan documents sent to the county are public documents. I and others have reviewed them and are, quite frankly, shocked by the lack of accuracy and detail. Even this third submittal can be summarized in one word: non-serious. Apex has shown its arrogance by ignoring Nicole Pendleton's specific feedback regarding the decommissioning plan from Apex's second submittal, which was even highlighted in yellow to draw attention. Quote, include cost breakdowns of all man hours and crane hours for each stage of the decommissioning, end quote. Apex failed to include the man hours in removing the turbine foundations because Apex has yet to even state what size the turbine foundations will be. I would think the county has every right to terminate the special exception permit with Apex due to its failure to comply with specific county direction. This is one of dozens of shortcuts, omissions, and other flaws found within Apex's site plan. This, coming from a multi-million-dollar company, is just plain inexcusable. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. These are the last two on Apex. Neil, Craig?
Thank you for your time. I'm puzzled.
Neil, could you give your name and your address? Thank you.
My name is Neil Traeger, 1495 Turnpike Road, Rockbridge County.
Thank you.
I'm puzzled as to why, if you're an environmentalist, you would be in favor of this project. The only reason it makes sense is because the state of Virginia has committed to buy the power. If you look at the pristine wilderness that it would destroy, it doesn't make sense. If you look at the destruction of putting in 22 miles of roads, it doesn't make sense. If you look at the fire risk to this area, it doesn't make sense. If you're a responsible member of the county or resident of the county, I'm puzzled because I don't think this makes sense just from a taxpayer's perspective. You may get an unspecified amount of funds from tax revenue. You may get some jobs out of it, but eventually isn't the county going to be responsible for dismantling these turbines and providing the fire protection that might be needed? When you read the documents that describe the zone of death in the bird wildlife corridor, and if you're an environmentalist, I'm puzzled as to why you would support this project. If you're a taxpayer, I'm puzzled as to why you would support this project. Most importantly, if you're a resident of Botetourt County, I don't understand how you could support a project that your residents of your neighboring county are opposed to. It's right at our doorstep. It would be unsightly. There's light pollution. There's environmental concerns. Lastly, I'm puzzled why you would do business with a company like Apex, which has not been forthcoming with their analysis so that there can be an independent review. They have a spotty record of misrepresenting themselves in public forums. And their data and the information they provide to the county is incomplete. They're on their third submission. They ought to have this figured out by now because they've done other projects, which is what they tout as their expertise. If they have such expertise, I'm puzzled as to why they can't get their submittals and their documents correct. If you can help me with my being puzzled and confused, that would be appreciated. But I think the board really should turn this project down for the reasons that I stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Ludwig? This will be the last speaker.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michelle Ludwig. I live in Rockbridge County. And you've already heard a lot of negatives about this project. You know, possibly on paper, this looked like a good idea if you were looking at some kind of revenues. But are you going down the road and seeing how much revenue is going to be lost on property taxes? Because property valuations will drop and there'll be much less revenue. And that's going to be for years and years and years to come. And if you step away and don't just look at the paper and actually go to a site where these turbines are, or go someplace where you can see these and look at them in the daytime and at night and listen to them, and then think about how you would feel if it was your property and your view shed and your backyard, and make a decision based on what you see and hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience and time constraints of each one of those individuals. And the individuals that are here for the monument, thank you for postponing yours. Now we move to the consent agenda. And if we can, first of all, everybody's having an opportunity to take a look at the minutes. So I hear a move for approval.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to approve.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Zarella. There we are. Approval of transfers and additional appropriations.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and everyone in attendance. For the month of March, there are two transfer requests, which are both recurring quarterly transfers. With respect to appropriation requests, there are 3 pass-through appropriations and 2 regular appropriations being requested. The pass-through items 1 through 3 represent donations, expenditure reimbursements, and miscellaneous receipts. As for regular appropriations being requested, item number 4 is for funding for continuation of the Greenfield Utilization Study Project, and item number 5 is for continuation and towards finalization of the tax software implementation project. Respectfully requested that these transfers and appropriations be approved by the board. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions, I move for approval.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could, Mr. Ferguson, you were next, consider a conditional appropriation for the purchase of the ambulance.
Afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The agenda item that you have before you in regards to the additional appropriation of an ambulance, if you recall, during the FY21 budget process, we had our normal request for 1 ambulance to continue the cadence of our normal replacement program. Unfortunately, due to COVID constraints at the time, that was removed from the budget. And we had requested the consideration into FY22 of how we handle the catch-up of that. And we felt it best to start here with asking for the additional appropriation to replace a 2016 with over 127,000 miles. Our average of 5 of the 8 ambulances is over 107,000 right now. And we have 1 ambulance that's newer that's in the 40,000 range at the moment. So the age of our fleet is not really the matter as much as the miles and usage. And so we're at a point where it's critical mass to try and replace one as soon as possible. And really the timeliness of this is if we ordered it today, it would still be late fall, early winter before the truck would show up. So we're just trying to get back on some cadence of getting the highest miles, most utilized truck in the system out of the system. And we have looked at options for applying for grants to assist with the next ambulance into the next budget year. I'll take any questions or concerns.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question. Maybe it's been a little while since I've looked at the prices on these things, but 278,000?
Yes, sir. One of the main components of that's a high dollar item that you may not be used to from back when is the load system. Now we're required to have a specific type of securing mechanism in the ambulance for the stretchers, not just the old antler ears, because those were proven to disengage in crashes. So we're not actually incorporating a new stretcher. There's a $20,000 cost in this. We're going to use one that we currently have that just takes some minor modifications, but the load system itself is just shy of $20,000.
And this is fully loaded with everything that you need?
All the equipment would come from a pre-existing ambulance. The one we're replacing, that is the turnkey ambulance price, but yes, that is the price to have the truck show up, not stop.
How long was it dead since it was in the 100,000s? That's the last time that I remember that it was that much. I fully support
yeah.
EMS, but I this kind of floored me when I looked at the price on that.
Yeah, probably about 12 to 15. Yeah.
Can't be that long, can it?
What's the years? What's the lifespan?
The lifespan on our trucks, like this truck's a 2016, and when I wrote this, it had over 127,000 miles on it. We tried a replacement plan of 5 years and 100,000 miles in the distant past, but that just really, that's not an equation to work with. Really, if we get an ambulance that's over about 110, 115,000 miles, that's where we start to see all the maintenance item issues. We're changing oil on these vehicles at a cadence of once a month. That's how quickly the miles add up, because it's long distance responses, right? Our average round trip miles to the hospital and back is about 50 when you take the time from going from the station to the scene to the hospital, and the hospital back.
Chief Ferguson, what happens to the one you're using now?
Yes, sir. So that vehicle will be placed up through the normal disposition processes to be sold, and then the proceeds of that will come back and ask you to put those into the capital reserve fund that pays for the more pricey items, AKA the fire trucks.
Okay. Very good. Chief, do we, have any major overhauls in these ambulances? When you got to 100,000 miles, presumably between 0 and 100, you have some major, just routine, kind of like depot maintenance, you know?
So, you know, the irony of any vehicle with a warranty, and especially a high-use vehicle, is around that 100,000 mile mark is when all the electronic warranties and things begin to expire, and that's when the gremlins start to appear. We have looked at things in the past like rechassing of vehicles, where you keep the box but put a new chassis under it. You're talking about 70% of a brand new truck, and by the time you work through the electrical nightmares, it's far more costly. So we steer completely clear of that pathway. We've done it twice in the 20 years that I've been here, so we know that it doesn't work. But in terms of general items of maintenance, that's when you start to see things like heads on motors and wear and tear on undercarriage parts. And these things have what's called liquid springs to make the ride more comfortable for a patient. So those things are reaching end of life by the time we've worn the truck to 100,000+.
So one comment and then an additional question. The comment is, sitting here, it's really hard to envision that kind of mileage on an ambulance in Botetourt County, and yet it happens. And when I think back, just traveling I-81 or 581 or any of the major thoroughfares, it's pretty seldom that you can do that without seeing a Botetourt ambulance on the road. You know, it is remarkable how busy your crews stay. So, yeah, there's no doubt about that need. I do have a question about your last paragraph where you say that next year we may consider a grant. What about this year? Did we do that?
So the main reason we're asking for the local funds to do this one is because typically the grant process is not what they like to see us utilize as our actual replacement plan. So our cadence is every other year we'll go ask for 50% of the cost of a new ambulance. And unfortunately, the FY21 budget year was the cadence for us to locally fund, but unfortunately, COVID took that off the table. I think where we're in a good place in the grand scheme of things on grants is a lot of localities used CARES Act to buy a whole lot of ambulances over the last 9 to 12 months. And so the list of people on the grant list for competition should be much smaller for us to go and compete to get the grant for the FY22 truck. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What happens to the unit after it's decommissioned? Do we sell it? Do we
Yes.
trade it
So
in?
we post it on GovDeals as the normal disposition site, and then those funds that are recovered, we bring back to this board and request that they be deposited into the Fire and EMS Capital Reserve Fund that was set up about a year ago to help afford for fire trucks, which usually a single fire truck transaction is, like for a tanker is about 300, for a firefighting engine is about 6 to 625.
Too bad, Mr. Ferguson, that, I get a phone call about every other day for extended warranty for my car. It's too bad we can't have it for the ambulance.
Right?
Everybody's heard his talk here, and questions were answered. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would, assuming we have the money in the budget, I'll make a motion that we approve this additional appropriation in the amount of $278,000 for a new ambulance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Mr. Zarella.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, with respect to accounts payable for the month of March, total expenditures being requested for approval for the month for general fund, including debt service and all other funds, is a combined $956.
Tony, hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
Try again, Tony.
Okay.
Yeah, for approval on accounts payable?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Total expenditures being requested for approval for March for the general fund, including debt service and all other funds, is a combined $956,039.50. Payable disbursements of note for the month are as follows: under fire and EMS CIP, reimbursed by grant funding, $47,749 paid to DLX Enterprises for 2 rapid deployment shelters and 2 1.25-ton heating and cooling units. Another CIP item, technology server and storage refresh, $89,344 paid to Dell for a PowerEdge 540 server, hard drives, cables, power supplies, and a storage array. Are there any other questions or comments related to the requested accounts payable expenditures for the month of March?
Any comments from the board, questions?
Mr. Chairman, if there are no questions, I move for approval.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
And Mr. Zarella, the approval of FY 21.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When the Board of Supervisors adopted the FY 21 budget last June, a partial initial appropriation of the budget was approved. As the plan was to appropriate this year's budget in stages, with a few exceptions, approximately 30% of the county budget and 18% of the school budget was appropriated in the first stage. Second stage of appropriations took place in September. As the board approved appropriations, which brought the cumulative partial appropriation to 55% of the adopted budget for both the county and school budgets, with the non-operational portion of the school budget appropriated in full at that time. The third segment of partial appropriations took place in December, which was a 25% addition to the 55% that had been previously appropriated, which brought the cumulative appropriation of county and school budgets to 80% of the annual adopted budget. With that, staff recommendations for the board to approve the FY 21 budget categorical fourth appropriation resolution as submitted, representing the final 20% of the adopted budget, which for a total of $17,616,873. Are there any questions?
Any questions or comments? Mr. Zarella.
Mr. Chairman, just noting that this is the last of the quarterly budgets for that budget cycle.
And hopefully we don't have to go through that whole thing again.
That's the hope. So if there are no questions, I would move for approval.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Zarella.
Thank you.
Now we move to item 7, consideration approval of school capital reserve fund expenditures for roof repairs and HVAC control system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We have 3 individual items that are on the agenda for today: the Eagle Rock Elementary School HVAC control system, the school board office administration building HVAC control system, and the Central Academy Middle School gym roof. The 2 control system replacements, the one at Eagle Rock and the one at the administration building, those pieces of equipment are now at the point where we can no longer get replacement parts for those pieces of equipment. So Mr. Irvin is left often having to trick the system, if you will, into operating properly, whether that be turning it on and off repeatedly to try to get it to turn on and function and let him have control of the buildings. Those solutions tend to work for a few days at a time, possibly 1 or 2 days at worst case. So not having parts to be able to replace those, having to trick them constantly is not a efficient way to run those buildings. And unfortunately, one being an elementary school, we could run into a situation where we don't have control over the cooling and heating of the building. The CAM's gym roof replacement, that is a shingled roof that is deteriorating. The shingles are falling off the building. There's leaks in the gym due to that. It's a safety issue for our maintenance employees. Mr. Irvin does not feel comfortable sending them up there to even look at the roof at this point without being tied off in the event that somebody would fall off the roof. It could cause more issues in the gym should we have leaks that continue to come through the flooring, any of the ductwork inside of the building. So that's kind of where we're at with the CAM's roof. If you have any questions about either of these or any of these 3 projects, I'd be happy to answer those.
Could
excuse me, go ahead. Yeah. Could you comment on the age, when these HVAC units were installed?
I asked Mr. Irvin, he said the Eagle Rock one is actually original to the building. So that's 45 years old, roughly. He didn't have a date on when the last replacement was done at the administration building, but he said it is very old Johnson Control equipment, some of the original equipment that they were using for this, and they don't have, there's no replacement parts for it.
So, and then the CAM's roof replacement, $47,000, is that how much of the building does that cover?
It's the gym roof, just over the gym. And that $47,000, the actual, we said not to exceed 47. The quote is a little bit less than that. We put not to exceed 47 in the event that they pull the roof off of there and they see there's some damage to any of the infrastructure underneath that would have to be pulled out and replaced to help cover that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, sir, I have a couple very similar to what Dr. Bailey was asking. In terms of the control systems, is this the first time in any reasonable period of time that we've had to replace control systems? Not at this facility, but at any of them.
In the 3 years I've been here, we haven't replaced any control systems. I'm not sure when the last time we replaced a control system at any of our specific buildings would be. I think I know that the school board office one has been an issue since I've been here. It's been on a list of things to try to get to, which has been kicked down the road, just trying to take care of bigger needs. But I do know that Mr. Irvin can't control the heating and cooling in that building.
So will this one involve an upgrade as well?
It's replacing the whole control system in those buildings.
Right, but with new technology and so on.
Correct, yes, sir. So if something were to go wrong, we'd be able to get equipment for it, replacement parts, whatever it might be.
Yeah, okay. And on the roof, and I may have misunderstood, but you have seen interior damage?
There have been buckets in the gym catching leaks, coming in from the roof. Yes, sir.
Okay. But no structural?
Not that I'm personally aware of.
Okay.
That's Mr. Irvin.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lee, I do have a question as far as the warranty on the HVAC system. How long is that?
I don't know what the replacement or what the warranty would be on these specific pieces of equipment.
Let me just respond to that. In the HVAC system itself, I think there's a 10-year warranty. But both of these are just the controls that allow us to gauge or monitor or change the temperature and so forth.
Okay. And again, on the roof, how long a period of time when you replace that roof?
Shingle roof, 25, 30 years.
Okay. Any other questions? Board? No. I have a motion. So moved. I'll second. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we move to item number 8. All you've been waiting for is the update on Apex Rocky Forge project. And I know we'll hear from them just as far as answering some of these questions and maybe a possible update of some of the things that were brought out earlier. So thank you, Nicole.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. The latest update on the Rocky Forge project from staff's perspective is that, as you know, we did receive fees and documents for on-site construction plans in December. We did not receive until recently the separate but required off-site construction plans. We did deem the application for the on-site construction plans incomplete within the 10 days with a letter that addressed required components. We received the revised site plans back at the day of the last board meeting, February 23rd, and on March 4th, the application was again deemed incomplete. The third resubmittal that was received on March 15th was accompanied by the off-site road construction plans as well. And on March 18th, we did notify Apex that the application for the on-site construction plans was substantially complete and staff would process the application for substantive review. The acceptance of those plans does not mean that it is a determination that the site plan meets the requirements for approval. It just means that it checks that the items that are required are present. Much of the required information that wasn't previously provided that was required for conformance with the conditions of the SCP was provided with the now resubmitted off-site road construction plans. So where we are, we have deemed the on-site road construction plans complete, and they have been forwarded to external agency review, so VDOT, and Fire and EMS. And we are still in the process of doing completeness review on the off-site road construction plans. We did receive the fees for that, so that process has begun. The process for administrative review of site plans is that review agencies external to the county have 45 days to complete their review and forward comments back to us, unless otherwise provided by law. Following the receipt of all external agency comments, the zoning administrator is required to act upon the site plan within 35 days. And what that means, that's state code and local code jargon for processing the application. But what that means is that we will receive all comments from all reviewers. So anyone who has a requirement for the review of the plan, they are consolidated and then submitted back to the applicant. This is how we do all site plans. And then they are, the time period stops by what time that they are then responding to all of the comments that have been provided and submitted. And then they will resubmit in that process. If further external agency review is required, the process begins again until at such time all of the comments by all of the required reviewers have been addressed. Then there's that there's a total of 90 days from acceptance to the time that the site plan needs to be reviewed. That's notwithstanding the time that applicants have the project back and are addressing comments. So just another reminder about the project is that no site work for which any county permits are required can be authorized until all of the plats have been reviewed, approved, and recorded. All the required site plans have been submitted, reviewed, and approved. They need to address the components of just general zoning review that all commercial or any type of site plan requirements need to address. Supplemental regulations that are associated with specific use of the utility scale wind farm and the conditions required by the special exception permit must be addressed. All required sureties have been approved and in their amounts and their form and posted. And that will conclude my update. I know that we have representatives from Apex here, but I can answer any questions that you all have of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Can you clarify what external agencies are involved in the reviews?
So for this project, it would be mostly VDOT, and we say external agencies when we refer to Fire and EMS, just because they're not in community development. So, and there are some components after the approval of the site plan, the building permit would be applied for. There are some components that the health department could be responsible for reviewing. So that would be another component as well.
So before approval, it's mostly VDOT, Fire and EMS, yes. And afterwards, health department, if applicable.
But, yeah, if I can suggest this, I think I've done it in the past internally as well as made this request of Apex. You know, what you just described is, I'm sure, comprehensive. It's also pretty hard to follow verbally. Sure. And what would be really helpful would be some kind of graphic that demonstrates those various milestones.
Sure.
You agree?
And that is in your time that you have off.
Say that, yes.
Yeah.
In my free time.
You have been really working hard on this, and I'm really appreciating the time you spent.
Thank you. All right.
I know that there's a lot of individuals who would certainly like to hear from Mr. Johnson, and some of the questions and some of the comments were made for the public. Hopefully he can address some of those. Would the board like to hear from Mr. Johnson?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, please.
I do have a short presentation too, if you don't mind. I can pull it up for you. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the time today. I'll get the presentation up here. I did want to introduce a few folks that I brought with me today. You've got, a few of you have met Carlos. He heads up the development department for all of Apex nationwide, wind and solar, so very experienced on the development front. We've got Charles Kennedy, Senior Director of Project Management, and Chris Weatherford, a Director of Project Management. The two of these gentlemen here in front of you have built many of the wind farms you see around the country, extremely experienced. And I only bring them today because they can help me answer questions, because they're even more experienced than I am. But they're also all working on Rocky Forge, knowing how important this project is to Botetourt and to our company. So I brought them here. They'll answer a few questions too and run through a few slides as well. You can go to the next slide, please. Thanks. Just a quick reminder. So Rocky Forge Wind is approximately 77 megawatts, depending on the turbine choice. In this case, it's right on 77 megawatts, given the choice of turbine for the GE. That is the GE 158. That is a 5.5 megawatt turbine. And with that 5.5 megawatts per turbine, we only need 14 turbines at the project site to meet our maximum capacity. If you'll recall, back in May of last year, the approval for the ordinance was up to 680 feet. Currently, this turbine is at 612 feet, so we're coming in much below that. The power purchase agreement, which has been spoken on today, is with the Commonwealth of Virginia through Dominion Energy, through their existing retail contract. I did want to address, the gentleman is correct, that as written, the power purchase agreement would expire by the end of 2021. We are working with the Commonwealth and Dominion to update that. Oh, sorry. The Commonwealth and Dominion are amenable to the changes, and we are renegotiating the change to that PPA. In terms of attributes, the public support for this project has been just astronomical. We've been really excited for the amount of folks that have shown up to the permit hearings. The environmental benefits, I think, speak for themselves, given that we're producing energy without fuel. Domestic energy supply, this project would produce enough power to equal about 21,000 homes, even more given the new technology that we're able to use at this project site. And then economic benefits, we're looking at over $20 million in local and state taxes. I can tell you that year one, the project is anticipated to pay well over $1 million in local tax revenue itself. And just for clarification, that tax cost is based on the capital cost of the project. It has nothing to do with the revenue or production of the project. So if that project is sitting up on the mountain, the county will receive tax revenue. And then we have gotten a lot of questions about what work is being done currently. We have issued a commencement of construction by DEQ's requirements, and that is a limited start of construction to tree clearing only. And the reason for that is that part of our mitigation plan to avoid impacts to local bat populations was to perform tree clearing during the winter months. So that deadline is the end of March. So the limited work that you're seeing on the site right now is not ground disturbance. And so in consultation with the county, that is not part of the county review and the administrative permits that are under review. This work is permitted by the state under our environmental permit. Our current schedule is for full notice to proceed in June of this year. And then commercial operations, we're looking at the latest October of 2022. Next slide, please.
Can you clarify? You made a comment, if I understood you correctly. You're in the process of renegotiating the power purchase agreement. Can you expand on that?
We've agreed to allowing for the extended time to come to commercial operations with the state. Part of that is they're seeing a lot of delays given COVID for a lot of their purchasing of power. And we're just a part of that. And so they're understanding of the delays. Just a couple highlights on some of the more recent permitting activities outside of the county work. In October, we did receive authorization for construction and operation of the project, a modification to the original permit that was received back in 2017. Second piece here is with regard to wetland impacts. In March and February of this year, we received nationwide coverage from Army Corps, as well as VMRC's approval for the 2 new bridges to be one on Dagger Spring Road and one on site. And then the last piece up here is the Federal Aviation Administration. In January, we did receive revised approval for up to 680 feet on the mountain for the turbine height. Next slide, please. Nicole covered a lot of this. I just wanted to make a quick mention and show our appreciation for the county's work to date. We understand that there is a lot of work in front of the staff right now. We did have our most recent submittal on Monday of last week, and we had a meeting with the staff on Friday to walk through our submittal. We're looking forward to being extremely responsive to any questions and concerns they have with that. And this team here is waiting for comments to address quickly. Next slide, please. Last month, Ms. White had asked for a little bit of a site walkthrough. I just wanted to provide this to show the parcel itself. You can see there with the turbine layout on the right side there. That is showing the 14 turbines on the project site as proposed. The green that you're seeing is kind of a separate submittal, as Nicole was mentioning. That's part of the road improvements that are on the public right-of-way. So the road improvements that need to be made to bring the components to the project site. And then the very southern end of there, the 2 yellow symbols there are where we're going to interconnect onto the existing transmission line. Next slide, please. And then I'll walk through just a brief part of this and turn it over to Charles on the construction schedule. We have, as I mentioned, started a limited notice to proceed for tree clearing on the site. That was on the 13th, so a week ago Saturday. And we'll have to finish up that tree clearing that's required by the end of March for our state permit. And then our main focus at the moment is to work with the county on the site plan submittals to ensure that we meet the deadline that's required of our approval in May of last year. And so that date is May 26th. And I'll let Charles speak a little bit to the construction.
If we were to back up, say, 6 months ago, what would be the time span between that line item recent site plan submittal and the site plan approval deadline at the end of May? What was the expected duration? You know what I'm saying? Right now, that's showing roughly 3 weeks in May, 4 weeks in April, and maybe 2 weeks in March.
It's tough to say, given this is the first site plan submittal that Botetourt is seeing for wind energy.
I'm sorry, it's hard.
Sorry, it's tough to say, given this is the first one for wind energy in Botetourt. I can tell you that we've seen site plan approvals happen much faster than that in other parts of the country. But we understand this is a very detailed ordinance to meet the requirements of Botetourt. So it's a lot of documentation. So all I can say is we're committed to giving the staff what they need to get that done.
I'm just saying, the initial plan, what was that time period between when you anticipated to submit the site plan really ready for review, and when the county's not obligated but expected to approve it? In other words, you're roughly going from, say, the 10th, maybe the 16th of March through the 26th of May for the county to make the approval. That's not what the original schedule had. The 26th of May has been in place from the beginning, or from last year. When was somebody going to when did you expect that we fire the gun for the county to have that in place? What I'm trying to get a feel for is how much that's compressed as far as the county's approval process goes.
Sure, and
if any, maybe not, I don't know.
No, sure. I mean, it's certainly compressed. I mean, the statutory guideline is 90 days, so we're within that time period. We know that's compressed. I think if we had our way, we would have submitted probably at least 2 months ago before that. But the reality is that this industry is extremely difficult in this sense because so many things come together at the last minute. Whether that's your contractor coming in for balance of plant, for construction of the project, whether that's the negotiation and purchasing of the turbines themselves. There's just a lot of pieces that, unfortunately, it's the toughest part of my job is bringing that stuff together at the last minute. So all we can do at this point is give staff as much as we can of our time and the documentation they require to try to get to the approval.
Mr. Johnson, obviously it's worrisome that it took 3 submittals to get this correct, or to get it even, for us to accept it. Is that typical for your other projects?
Maybe I might lean on some of my construction folks for some of the other projects.
So like Mr. Clinton's referring to this compressed time frame, right? This push right here at the end. That makes someone, that gives me pause. So I'm just curious if that's normal for your operations or if this is a unique situation.
I think one of the more unique situations we have with this project is that exact condition of having to have site plan specific approval by a certain date. That's not usually where the conditions usually lie with us. It's usually more on a start of construction or a start of operations in terms of the expiration of a permit. So that's a unique piece for this project, but we know that full well, and that's our obligation to meet that. Does that help?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like, just so you know, like I've been working with Charlie on this project since 2017. I've been working on this project with Charlie since 2017. Like, we have had numerous different iterations of the design. So, you know, we've had the gun go off numerous times in trying to get, you know, the design moving forward to meet the site plan compliance requirements. Kind of what Charlie mentioned is, you know, every part of the country is different on how they have their ordinances and how the approval is set up. And WIN's sometimes a little bit different. A lot of this stuff comes together at the last minute, just because things are changing with turbine selections, layouts are changing, and you kind of get down to that final IFC set right before you hit go, put a shovel in the ground. And this one's been a little bit different because of the ordinance. That we have to do a lot of stuff in advance before we get to normally when we want to start construction. And here, you know, we've had this gun go off a couple times trying to get the plans together to submit to the county. And with that, we've had numerous iterations, turbine technology switches. Every time we make that change, changes the site plan because it's a very complex project. Like, the turbines have to go on the very specific location. And every time we change a turbine, it changes that whole civil design because we have to go back to the drawing board of redesigning all those roads. And that just takes time, and it's just been this iterative process. We keep having to go through with Timmons, our consultant, and just kind of going through this process, getting them up to a stage where we can give them to the county. Does that help? So it's been a very iterative process back and forth on our side.
That's a reality, and one that I would say 32,000 people in Botetourt County would have expected you, and Rockbridge County, would have expected you to factor into your plan. You know, I mean, certainly things are unknown. You come into that, you factor for it. And that's just a comment. That's just the way I feel about it, having been in a similar business. You anticipate it, you factor it in, and you roll with it, and you fix it. So hope you'll do that.
And we always are trying to bake in conservatism into our designs of what we're doing. But unfortunately, with wind turbines, there are certain requirements for each one, and it's just it's taken a lot of effort on our side to get something that is actually constructible and economical to build too.
Right.
Just, you know, constructible. It's a complex project being on top of a mountain. All the grades just getting up there, actually be able to build on top of that ridge line where we can actually build a foundation in wind turbines. It's a Herculean effort.
Understood.
You know, one of the things that we have is to make sure that the public is prepared. And sometimes that preparation, as you're saying, industry changes, technology changes. They never change. You know, but that's something that they want to know. And I ask that if there is something, you know, let us know as soon as possible so that we can sit there and give that information out to the public to let them know what's going on.
Absolutely. And, said, we got our site plan, we're here to support the whole process of any questions that pop up. We're on call to get through this. Because you kind of see from the schedule, what we're trying to hit is starting work this summer. It's kind of our critical path of getting in there right now and getting the switchyard cleared off and graded so we can get Dominion started on the interconnect. That's kind of the key piece there. We really want to get in there, get that pad graded, turned over, and so Dominion can start building the interconnect switchyard. We're going to inject all that power. And from there, start working on, the access roads. Some key concepts there is that bridge crossing. We have to cross Mill Creek and build a bridge. So focus on that, getting that built, so it gives access up the mountain. And then work on the public road bridge as well this fall. And then really start breaking into access road construction, foundations later this year, substation as well, and then turbines showing up next year in June timeframe. And with that will come the direction of the turbines. And it's a small project. Should be only one main crane up there, erecting all the turbines. Take a little bit of time, just given the amount of crane breakdowns going between turbines. It can take a couple months to get them all erected. We'll get to mechanical completion of the turbines, and then energize, start commissioning and producing power. Hoping to hit commercial operation by October timeframe. So, and the key is for us right now is while we're out there clearing those trees to get that site cleared in our back window, so we can actually start the switchyard. That's kind of our critical item we're trying to get tackled. So, and then I'm more on the engineering construction side of things, and Chris Weatherford is our other director of project management. He'd actually be responsible for negotiating the contract right now and managing all the construction work. So, Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you all for having us today. I appreciate it. Next slide. Oh, keep going. Yeah. There. Oh, too far. All right, one more. There you go. Thank you. So, as Charles was talking about, the substation and the switchyard will connect the plant to the transmission line is one of the first critical items. Picture of substation. You guys have seen substations around. Same construction. We'll also have an operations and maintenance building on site for the team that maintains the turbines. Next slide. Construction of the roads is the first step. The clearing will already be done, so we'll build a stone road to go up to the turbines. And then the foundations. They're under design right now, but they'll be similar to the image you see there. It's a big flat plate, concrete, about 9 or 10 feet tall, and the soil is covered back up to provide weight on it and a stable base for the turbine. Next slide. The collection line is, there will be some rock in Botetourt County, so we'll have to install the cable and the ground using a rock digger sometimes maybe not. But you can see the size of the cable that connects the turbines and brings it down to the substation. Next slide. The turbines, as you have already talked about, it's made up of 3 blades. The hub, which connects the blades to the nacelle, and the nacelle is the generator. And then the towers, 4 sections of towers, a base, 2 mids, and a top. And those will all be transported up and erected. Next slide. Yeah, these are very long and heavy items that need special trucking to get to the top. That's why there'll be some public road upgrades required to get them to the site. Next slide. We'll have a crane on top that erects each turbine. So we'll start with the base section, 4 tower sections, and then set the nacelle and the blades. Next slide. As you see here, it's a ridgeline project, with a single road and the towers. Next slide. And then a completed project where the road is reseeded and restored and the towers are in place. Site restoration being the last thing we do. Next slide. Thank you.
So Charlie, a couple questions. Have you all purchased those turbines that you've noted?
No, sir, we're in negotiation with General Electric on that
Okay.
specific turbine.
And so the right of ways, are they all in place now?
Yes, sir. We signed up all the landowners we need, pending VDOT review, and there will be small changes, of course, but.
All up and down Dagger Springs?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
You did say you had right of way all the way up?
We've signed with the landowners required for the road improvements as proposed.
That's final, it's complete?
There's always going to be small changes, just pending reviews, as Nicole mentioned, where VDOT is one of the commenters on the site plans. So there may be changes we have to make with the landowners, but we have signed agreements with the landowners required.
Let me ask you another question. This may be out of turn here where we're at, but I noticed recently, it was in Texas where the blades froze up and wouldn't work. What have y'all done to try to prevent that?
Sure.
That should happen here.
Sure, and I'm happy to turn it over to some of the other folks who've worked on our Texas projects, because we do operate projects down there. What I can tell you is for a project like one in Virginia, we take into account all of the icing expectations based on the wind data and the temperature data that has been collected on site over the last 5 or 6 years. That is all baked into our production estimates for the project, which ultimately decides the amount of power that we will be able to sell onto the grid. So a project like one here in Virginia would not justify extra costs for extreme temperature turbines like you'd see up in Alaska or something like that. And the other side of the coin too is that Virginia's base load generation is already winterized, because we see those kind of temperatures that Texas saw. We see that every year here in Virginia. So it wouldn't be such an anomaly to have those kind of cold temperatures here on our power grid. So that sort of thing would be extremely unlikely to happen here in Virginia.
I thought they felt it was extremely unlikely in Texas too.
Yes, sir.
But I would hate to see if you did get them up there and installed, then they get shut down because of the weather.
Well, there certainly would be times where we would purposefully shut down the turbines if it's too cold, just to prevent damage to the turbines, to prevent damage to the environment around, whether there's icing on the blades. But my point is that's part of our production estimates for the project.
All right, I have another question, but I'll wait until we get close to the end on that. Okay.
I'll jump in. You commented that the public support has been overwhelming. It's certainly not the case here today. I was hopeful that you would address some of the comments that you heard, so I'll bring some of those up. One of the themes I found resonating throughout was cleanup, and I think Ms. Pendleton gave some specific requirements. Not sure if they've been addressed yet, but what are your plans for cleanup at the end of this life cycle of this project? I think that's pretty important to recognize the comments that we heard today and try to address some of those.
Yes, ma'am. The decommissioning plan, that's part of the submittal for Nicole's staff currently, is one of the more in-depth decommissioning plans, that I've seen. Botetourt's ordinance is extremely strict in a good way for ensuring that should anything happen, that the turbines will come down, and the money is set aside for that prior to the start of construction. So before we actually build turbines up there, the county will have a bond from the owner of the project that states that it will have a bond in place for 125% of the estimated cost to decommissioning your project. So that money is already set aside for that reason, should the worst happen. Does that help answer your question?
What do you have a size on the pedestals yet? The bases?
The foundations?
Yeah, the
We
foundations.
have estimates built in. That decommissioning plan is done specifically for this turbine
Okay.
and the estimates.
Do you know what size they are? Do you know?
The foundations?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now the foundation size is 10 feet deep. It's octagonal foundation of 650 cubic yards of concrete. We just finished up the on-site geotech work and waiting on site-specific loads from GE that will finalize that foundation design. Well, we're hoping it's going to come in smaller than that, but right now we always estimate a little bit bigger. Average width, 70 feet diameter.
Do you have to drill at every foundation site? Do a geotech test at every specific site?
That's the routine. That's what we'll do, is a geotech on every single location. If they're unable to, they're really looking for a soil profile of the site to confirm that there's no anomalies and can support the foundation. But the base assumption is they're going to drill every one.
Any other questions?
Since Amy's already gotten into this, one of the things I saw on your second slide, it says environmental reviews. You know, you've heard the comments here today about concerns for bats, the eagles, and other wildlife up there. What did those reviews show?
Sure. So there's two levels of review on the wildlife side. The first is at the state level, which is incorporated into the permit by rule. So Department of Wildlife has a reviewing piece of the state permit for wind energy projects. They have approved the project at this location for this size of project. The second piece is with the federal side, the Fish and Wildlife Service, who has a different set of species that they regulate and consider endangered. And they have also reviewed, and they deemed this project to not have an effect on protected wildlife or sensitive wildlife, excuse me.
One of the things that we see is that in any construction, there's an area that's disturbed, as we all know, and the environmental impacts that we have. But then we have a town that also is going to be disturbed. And when this is all said, I hope that, you know, if it goes through and everything is going through as planned, that we look back and we say, okay, have we done everything we possibly can to help these individuals in these areas?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments that anybody else has? All right.
I just have one technical question and then a comment. As far as back to the idea of freezing, what chemicals do you use if they do freeze? Do you have like a de-icing protocol, or how do you handle that? Do you put things?
We don't do any type of de-icing on the blades. When you get in icing conditions, the blades will actually shut off from a safety standpoint. We don't want to have ice throw coming off blades. And when the temperatures rise enough, they'll just melt off and fall off. There's no type of de-icing chemicals we put on them.
No chemicals, no de-icing chemicals.
No de-icing chemicals.
Mm-hmm. And then just a comment, I mean, I was just going to offer you all the opportunity. You heard a number of concerned citizens. If there's anything else you would like to say to address any of those comments, I think now's the time.
Sure, I appreciate it. And I believe I had a few of the main ones at the beginning regarding taxes, how those are calculated, the power purchase agreement that is being extended currently. And generally speaking, I think the requirements that Botetourt has put in place and the background and research that was done to put the ordinance in place speaks for itself, and the complexity and the high hurdle that we have to comply with, which is a good thing. You know, we're committing to responsibly developing a project that's in our home state, right? We are incentivized to doing the best project we can for Botetourt as well. You know, all I have to say is that we're here. We're willing to work with Nicole's staff and make sure that this is a project that Botetourt can be proud of.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Charlie and staff. Appreciate you guys being here. I ask that next time we all come again, if we can do this, you know, getting closer. Thank you. I have to rewind just for a second and apologize. Apologize to the public and apologize to those individuals that were on the phone for the public comment. I did not reach out for those individuals, and I apologize to you all as well as the individuals that are on the phone. And Jason, do we still have that individual on the phone that would like to have a public comment? And I asked that if there is a public comment from the phone, that I could get some sort of a notification that there is somebody on there, just like we have something like this, if there's somebody that could bring that down for me so I don't overlook this again. Again, apologize to everybody.
If you do wish to make a comment over the phone, please press *6, and it will notify us that you wish to speak.
Okay. Again, I know there was one individual that was on there, so.
My apologies, it's *9.
My apologies too. So as we go through, we do have information here is very, very important to us on the board and you as the public. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for going through each and every one of these things and having Apex come up here and talk. I thought that was very important that we try to introduce that. The other thing is that we have time limits that will probably go beyond, and I apologize about that, but I want to try to get as much as we possibly can done. I know we have listed at a 3:30 time the public hearing to relocate the Blue Ridge precinct polling location. So I will attend to that one presently if we can, to go to number 11, and then come back to 9 and 10 later on.
Chairman?
Yes.
2 people.
2 people for which part? Was that on Apex or was it on something different than the monument?
This is just to make a public comment.
Okay.
First participant. If you'll please press *6 to unmute. If you can please address the board with your name and address.
Hi, this is Molly Petty, 207 Cove Lane, Rockridge, Bath. Thank you. I've been waiting. I recently sent supervisors a letter listing concerns about karst, abandoned mines, caves, and rock outcroppings up on the North Mountain ridgetop. I've looked at parts of the Apex site plan. The plan lacks a lot of detail, but on the issue of soil stability and geology, one thing is clear. This project is ridgetop removal. It'll take a lot of blasting to install industrial-sized turbines on the ridge. It'll also take a whole lot of concrete to fill the blasted holes to support the turbine hub. The risk of landslides is high. In the site plan, Apex avoids saying where exactly the rubble, blasted rocks, and removed trees will go. Over the edge of the ridge, down steep slopes, into springs and streams, abandoned mines. And how will these cleared areas at the site be kept clear in the future? Herbicides, pesticides, beekeepers, and gardeners will not be happy. Make no mistake about it, ridgetop removal and the blasting that Apex will do will change forever the topography of North Mountain, and not for the better. The turbines will be there for 20 to 30 years. The damage to the watershed is forever. And when old and outdated turbines would be removed, the destruction to unstable soils and the watershed would happen all over again. In fact, the damage has already started. Apex is cutting trees and brush and grinding stumps at the project site. Hemlocks along Mill Creek on Dagger Spring Road have been cut. Mill Creek is now exposed to more sunlight and possible erosion and heat than it's seen in the past 50 years, maybe longer. The trout are not happy. Back in 2016, Apex wrote, the proposed project will produce enough electricity to power more than the number of homes in Botetourt County. Thousands of pages of site plan and other materials later, we now know from Apex itself that the energy produced is really small potatoes in the Apex scheme of things. Finally, since 2016, after a twice rejected site plan describing an ill-sited project, I say to supervisors, you have bent over backwards to help Apex. I think it's time to stop giving Apex more time to prove that what we knew was a lousy idea is still a lousy idea. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for waiting. Next caller?
Sure.
Next caller, please provide your name and address.
This is Jeff Scott, 1023 Smoky Row, Lexington, Virginia. First, let me say I'm not opposed to renewable energy if it's properly cited and the proper measures are taken to protect wildlife and people. Unfortunately, as many people have publicly noted, Rocky Forge meets neither of those criteria. Botetourt County should be very worried about granting a building permit to Apex. And the reason to be very worried is not because of all the negative impacts that Rocky Forge, if built, will have on the environment and citizens of the county. Although those aspects alone should have been sufficient to prevent things from getting this far. The reason now that the county needs to be very worried is the arrogance and carelessness that Apex has shown in the package of documents that they have submitted multiple times to get approval for the special exception permit. I think something that needs to be considered is, does the county staff have the expertise to determine if Apex has provided sufficient and accurate information in their submittal? While the expertise of the planning department is unquestioned with respect to the county zoning ordinances and the requirements of the SEP, there's a significant amount of information that is outside of the normal areas of planning and zoning review. This is not to denigrate the knowledge of the county staff, but simply to acknowledge that they have never had to review a site plan for an industrial wind project. It is unfair for the county to put this burden on individuals who do not have the experience with the technology to make accurate evaluation of the submitted material. As an example, consider the operations and maintenance plan. To the untrained eye, the quantity of information provided may appear to be complete, but in my opinion is woefully inadequate. Given the potential for serious problems to occur and the county to be held liable for damage, such as a turbine fire caused by insufficient maintenance that spreads to the entire North Mountain area, I believe it is in the county's best interest to hire an independent consultant to review those sections of the submitted documents to ensure that they are accurate and sufficiently detailed. I'm a retired software engineer. For 40 years, I worked in engineering companies, and most of my career involved developing process control software. If the software that we developed was done with the same carelessness as the documents submitted by Apex, people would probably have been injured and killed, equipment and buildings destroyed, and the environment polluted. So now Apex has submitted an emergency action plan that does not have any description of task coordination with EMS. You may recall that last year I sent the county a letter that contained a news article about a turbine fire in Texas and the reactions of the local sheriff and EMS chief about Apex's lack of providing training or information. Are you sure this is a company you want to entrust with building and operating Rocky Forge? If so, I hope you have a liability insurance policy and the premiums have been paid. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting. Jason, that is all the callers that you know of.
At this time.
My public, I apologize. 3:30, let's go ahead and go to the public hearing to relocate Blue Ridge. Ms. Clark? Thank you, Tracy.
Afternoon.
Hello, Tracy.
How are you?
Good.
So we're here this afternoon to talk about two relocations of polling locations in the Blue Ridge Magisterial District. They're brought on by the relocation of Colonial Elementary School. That new project is great, but it was just a little over the precinct line from the Blue Ridge precinct to the Rainbow Forest precinct. And so since the building was discussed back in 2018, we've been looking at what we need to do to make sure that those two precincts have adequate polling locations. So we are, I'm not sure which one was on the schedule first. Was it Blue Ridge? or-
Blue Ridge, so yeah, Blue Ridge, yeah.
So, for the Blue Ridge precinct, of course, the polling location was at the old Colonial Elementary School. And with, the school relocating and the plans for that particular facility, not being nailed down at this point, we decided that it would be a good time for us to go ahead and move that precinct. And we are proposing that it be moved to the Colonial Baptist Church. They have a nice gymnasium facility. It's actually a separate building from the church itself. It has lots of parking, and it also will provide a much better area for us to do curbside voting. And it also provides a lot more handicap accessible parking as well.
Any questions?
I have a question. Thank you, Tracy. So there's restrictions on what locations you can use, and you have to coordinate that with who? I mean, I'm sure you can't just go anywhere. You've got to meet certain.
Right. And the biggest problem in the Blue Ridge precinct is, other than the old Colonial School, there's really not anywhere big enough to accommodate the 2,600 plus voters that we have in that precinct. So it does have to be ADA accessible. You have to have adequate parking, things like that. If these changes are approved by you all today, they will be submitted to the Department of Elections in Richmond. And then with their approval, then they'll be final.
I think you could have found a better location than the Colonial Baptist Church.
And it's only about a mile from the original site, so that makes it a little bit easier to do.
And these could be used in November in this election?
Yes.
Wonderful.
It will actually be used in June for the primary.
For the primary, it's good.
This will take effect in May.
That's quick.
Any other questions? If not, then I open up to the public. Do you have anything to say or speak, or on the telephone? But, how about that? I got that.
If you're on the telephone and wish to speak, press star 9.
If not, close the public hearing, and I hear a motion.
Mr. Chairman, since this is in the Blue Ridge District, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the registrar and change the polling locations from the old Colonial School to Colonial Baptist Church.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Tracy, if we can go to Rainbow Forest.
Right. The current polling location for the Rainbow Forest precinct is Rainbow Forest Baptist Church, their youth facility that's up behind the main church building. It's a nice facility. They have been very accommodating for a very long time, but there are some space issues there. It is the youth building, so they've got a lot of furniture. They've got ping pong tables and the such that we kind of have to work around on election day. And sometimes for the larger elections, that causes a little bit of problems. So by moving from Rainbow Forest Baptist Church to the new Colonial Elementary School, of course, that will give them much more room, more parking. And of course, we've always had a really good working relationship with Tammy Riggs, the principal there at the school. And so we just think it would just be a better situation. And we like to utilize the schools when it's possible, so.
Yes. Any questions? If not, I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak? And on phone?
Not at this time.
Close the public hearing. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, since this is in the Blue Ridge District, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation by the registrar and move the polling location from the Rainbow Forest Church to the new Colonial Elementary School.
I'll second that again. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you for your hard work. if we could, I know we have a 3:45 here, if we could, move to that 3:45. I know there's a lot of individuals that have stayed to talk on this, monument, and I'm sure there's some on the phone as well, but, if we could, Mr. Clinton, give a preview, or I think Dr. Leffel is here to go ahead and give a preview of some of the things we talked about previously on this and kind of an overview of the settings here, if that's all right. And before you do that, I would like to make one comment. And this goes back to when we had the COVID, we were able to present some shots to individuals within our county. And Dr. Leffel got a hold, as well as our fire chief, Jason, got a hold of Gary. Gary called me, and as I was having clinic that day, he said, hey, if there's anybody available that you would want to have that's 75 years or older, or some necessary individuals to get the shots, please let us know. I ended up in the first 15 patients that came in to see me wanted to get shots. They didn't get shots that day. They had registered. Dr. Leffel and Jason had called those individuals and made sure they got shots. There is one of the individuals got a shot with the husband that has a disease that the mitochondria in your cells is getting destroyed. And he has involuntary movements. He cannot shut his eyes. And it's a very, very destructive disease. But he was able to get his shots. He's around 21 years old right now. And I have letters and letters and letters about all these individuals that were able to have their shots and live on. So I can't say thank you enough to our county, to Dr. Leffel, to our fire chief. So thank you so much. And Mr. Earlier, thank you very much for all that you guys have done, helping our county get these shots and these individuals having their life forward. So again, thank you very much. So I apologize, Steve, by interrupting that, but I just wanted to make sure I put that out there.
Time well spent and very appropriate. Thank you. And thank you on my behalf as well, Dr. Leffel. Dr. Leffel is the secretary to the Citizens Committee that we formed to study the Confederate monument. And she worked, like everybody on the committee, worked assiduously to try to come up with a recommendation that made sense to the county at large. Beth did a great job. She briefed the board in January of the overall report that the Citizens Committee came up with. And I think, as you suggested, Mr. Chairman, now just kind of a brief summary, Dr. Leffel, if you would, of the committee's recommendations.
Good evening. This is going to be just a quick reminder of what we talked about in January. And I'd just like to say it was my pleasure and the pleasure of a Herculean amount of people at the health department, Chief Ferguson's crew with Botetourt EMS, and the Walmart staff that did the vaccinations in the clinic at Old Colonial. They did a fantastic job. About 1,400 vaccinations in 3 days. It was amazing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. As you know, the committee you appointed to study the monument consisted of a variety of individuals from civic and cultural organizations. We represented groups from the county's history, school division, local government, veterans groups, and even high school students. There were 12 of us who started meeting in September of 2020, and we convened as a whole for 8 public meetings with public comments during that time. As Mr. Clinton said, he asked me to come sort of repeat the recommendations that we brought to you in January. The primary recommendation, after we considered the courthouse renovation construction issue, the committee unanimously recommends that the Confederate monument in front of the Botetourt County Courthouse be moved. The committee recommend the monument be moved as is, without modifications to the physical structure. In other words, we're recommending that the monument be maintained. It is not to be destroyed and moved. The committee members also felt the monument relocation should include the cannons and other ancillary pieces that were associated with the monument. In an 8-2 vote, the committee recommends that the monument be located within the new grounds of the Botetourt County Courthouse Square. That's the county-owned property square within the bounds of Main Street, Back Street, Roanoke Street, and Botetourt Road, or 220. The dissenting committee members favored a specific site next to the old jail that fronts the courthouse parking lot on Main Street. At the time we made this recommendation, as you all still know, the site boundaries of the courthouse renovation square were in question. So at that time, we were considering that the old jail area was not part of that square. There was general consensus by the committee that a potentially appropriate placement of the monument be near the History Museum, and there should be a plaque to provide historical context about the monument. Before making that location recommendation, the committee asked the architectural firm to assess 3 possible sites that had been discussed over the months of committee work. One was the county-owned property and the courthouse square, if you will. The other was the site next to the old jail. And then there was a site that is on the dead-end street of Nadine Way that was also considered during our conversations. So if you have any questions about that report or anything the committee discussed, Mr. Clinton and I can answer those questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leffler. I appreciate it. And appreciate everything you've done for the health department.
No problem.
Mr. Clinton, one of the things that we have not seen, the board has not seen, is a rendering of the courthouse where this would be. So for us to make any recommendations, I would certainly like to make sure that we have seen that before anything else goes forward. But I'm waiting, anxiously waiting those renderings as also.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood all that. We're waiting for a rendering.
Right.
Yeah, and the fact is, it's a work in progress. You know, that was sort of a separate project from this, and they just happened to coalesce. But yeah, it just doesn't exist. That's
Good. That's what I want to hear at the present time. If we could, I would like to go to some of the comments of the public and address those comments. If we could move forward and do that first before anything else, if that's all right. Dan Phelps, if you can, again, your name, your address, in 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Dan Phelps. I'm in the Buchanan district. My address is on the sheet. I'm with the Botetourt Artillery, and some years back, I wrote a story in the Fincastle Herald titled "The Footsteps of the Botetourt Artillery," and that was based on a book by Gerald Markham in the Virginia Regimental series. And all I want the board and the county to realize, this monument is a memorial and a headstone. The last time I was given a chance to talk, they talked about Vicksburg. I'm talking a little bit faster because there's a ton of information I'm trying to cover. But Port Gibson, if I could talk about that just for a minute. In Vicksburg, Mississippi, the Botetourt Artillery, which is on the back of the monument, they were awarded the very first monument in the Vicksburg National Military Park. Out of 1,300 Confederate monuments, they were awarded the very first one. And a lot of this has to do with the Battle of Port Gibson. When Grant crossed the Mississippi River, he had 24,000, and he was opposing General Greene and General Tracy, who had 2,500 men. The Botetourt Artillery was split on both flanks. They were given a directive to stay as long as they could, and they did. And what General Greene wrote as his army was retreating, General Grant put his army in like a rainbow formation and pinned the 2 small detachments of Greene and Tracy in a rainbow formation. They were pinned between the Bayou Pierre River and the Mississippi River. And this is all in National Park Service and Civil War Trust maps. What I'm getting at is there's a lot of history that's already been done that we can hit apps to enhance this monument with a split-second touch of a button. People could read these stories, but basically Port Gibson is one of the reasons they were awarded this very first decorative monument in Vicksburg National Military Park. And as Greene was retreating his men onto this narrow swamp road as they were being encompassed, he looked back and he saw and he wrote that the Botetourt Artillery was overrun in the sea of blue, and they stayed. And if you're a soldier, that's big. I just want that to be understood. So if we could look at this headstone and maybe if it has to be shifted next door to the old jail, we could do a brick walk. We could, donations, I'm telling you, will come in. They'll probably even come in from Mississippi. And then do some plaques, photographic plaques, and have a little higher donation for a photographic plaque of battlefield apps. These are just ideas I'm saying that we can do to enhance this. And a brick walk is an easy way to cover probably the cost of enhancing the piece of property.
Mr. Phelps, thank you very much. As Dr. Bailey leaned over here, you may be ended up doing some more speaking for us. Get ready.
Mr. Chairman, if I can comment on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Faust. I think they're right on the money, and in your recommendations, I was basically contextualizing, I mean, that's sort of the words being used for what you're talking about. And as Dr. Leffel said, that's one of the things, it's one of the goals of the committee is to put the monument in a location that will allow us to do that. It may not be as elaborate, it depends on how much space we have, but so it may not be as elaborate as what you're saying, but something to bring those sort of nuanced things to the public's knowledge. We don't have that now where it is. So that's, I think, one of the beauties of what the committee's been recommending. And thank you for your comments, and I agree. Yeah, we may need to recruit you.
I don't know if you wanted all that to come. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Colonel Carter.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. I too receive many phone calls a day for a maintenance plan on my Corvette, so share that with you. Carter T. Gill, I live in 2479 Trinity Road, Troutville, Virginia. I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel, retired United Airlines captain, flying 767s to Europe. I'm a VPI graduate, class of 68, and second in command of my company in the Corps Cadets at VPI. I'm a Vietnam veteran who served as Lieutenant Aircraft Commander of the C-130 Hercules in Vietnam. I was the youngest aircraft commander of the C-130 in Vietnam and flew 35 combat missions. I've been in Botetourt County resident for 40 years. I served this county as chief of a voter precinct for 8 years. My parents taught me to be very proud of my Confederate heritage and my Confederate ancestry. I think that my parents know a little bit more about who to honor and who to pay respect to than the editorial staff of the Roanoke Times or our liberal governor. I fought for the USA in Vietnam. My brother fought for the USA in World War II. My father worked his fingers to the bone at Camp Pickett during World War II. My great-great-great-grandfather fought for his country, the state of Virginia, during the War of Northern Aggression. He was a Christian, a good man, and owned no slaves. If it were not for Southern men and women who served in the USA in World War I and World War II, the snowflakes who have trashed our Southern heritage would be speaking German or Japanese right now. Yet they continue to degrade and denigrate our heritage and Southern culture. I am here today to defend the Botetourt County soldiers and citizens who have their names on that monument we're talking about and put their lives on the line for Botetourt County, Christianity, and states' rights. Botetourt residents and USA citizens like me will defend
this monument. The names carved on it have our respect and admiration. Thank God for these Southern men and women. They deserve the respect and admiration that we can give them. And we will defend their sacrifice and honor and heritage. This Botetourt citizen is a taxpayer and is telling you not to hide this monument, put it in a prominent place so we can be seen easily by all who attend the courthouse. Repeat, this Botetourt citizen and taxpayer is telling you not to hide this monument, but put it in a place where it can be seen easily by all who attend the courthouse. Thank you. Do the
Colonel.
right thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service. Chris McLeod.
Could you restart the clock? It's at 2:48 already. Thank you. My name is Chris McLeod. My address is on the paper. I'm out of Cloverdale. I'm a member of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, Fincastle Rifles 1326, where I've been a color and honor sergeant, as well as camp historian. I'm a former candidate for Virginia Division Commander in 2006. I'm also a member of the Military Order of Stars and Bars. We need to leave this monument where it's at. We need to stop playing with history. This county, it's going through its 250th anniversary. We need not destroy it. We could talk about many things here. We could talk about this Pandora's box of moving this monument. You do this, it puts other monuments and memorials at jeopardy, including the Preston Memorial right outside this building that has Robert E. Lee's name, father's name, on the fifth panel. We could talk about the discriminatory way that this committee was formed, of which Botetourt citizens were denied the ability to serve on this committee, myself included. We could talk about the disrespectful, belittling, insulting manner in which a member of this board addressed the voting citizens of this county in a Roanoke Times article yesterday. Yeah, we do vote on a motion. Everyone votes on a motion. This board needs to put this matter in the hands of a public referendum, in the hands of the registered 25,000 citizens, voting citizens of this county, and let us decide. That's the action the board needs to take. Because honestly, if the board does not trust the citizens to make the best decision, then the citizens probably need to have another election, a special one, and start handing out public service pink slips. You work for us. This is what a lot of us are requesting. It is what we have been requesting, and it is exactly what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Firefighters.
My name is Robert Rogers. I live at 2964 Country Club Road, Troutville, they say. Closer to Fincastle and Troutville. I'm late to this party. I spent 40 years in New York and 40 years in Virginia, in Botetourt. So I'm not sure what I am. But I'm sure about one thing. The board's got to start making decisions that make sense. The state themselves gives you the right to do nothing or do something. I like the first one, do nothing. Leave it where it is. It's an absolutely amazing monument. Try to read it, some of these kids. Get somebody out there to look at it once in a while. We're changing America's way, and it's not going a good way. And that goes for quite a few decisions you've been making lately. And I won't discuss that one anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Lenny Gregory.
Lenny Gregory, 200 The Glebe Boulevard, Daleville, Virginia. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I submit this board consists of intelligent members. However, I do not believe that the board's intelligence is greater than that of the citizens of Botetourt County that elected you to serve us on this board. Nor do I believe that you are more intelligent than those citizens in Botetourt County that erected our monument many years ago. As Botetourt's slogan says, honoring the past, searching the future. Let's honor this monument as a durable piece of Botetourt's history. Don't desecrate it or the heritage of those soldiers and their ancestors and their living relatives with shifting public policy. Leave it be where it is. Thank you.
Claude Campbell.
This one okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Claude Campbell. I've been a resident of Botetourt County for over 40 years. As you can see, I'm part white and I'm part Powhatan Indian. We've been discriminated since day one. I understand, according to the newspaper, that some of the minority groups, they walk by the not statue, but the whatever you want to call it, on the courthouse lawn down there, that they're offended. We've been offended for 1,000 years. And that's another story. We have no statues of our people whatsoever. None. Richmond down there where Robert E. Lee is, it's a disgrace for the people to walk by and see what they've disgraded that man. He was a great man. My daddy was a white man. But I'm half of each one. But I want all the statues. I'd love to see a statue of my chief Powhatan, which is none. As you know, none. And we've been in Virginia for thousands of years. We're nothing people. The scum of the earth, as they might call us. Now, I could go on, but because I'm well read in the Indian heritage. And of course, on the other side, my father was a white man. He was a redneck, hard-working white man. But he raised 12 children. And I was the baby of 12. There's only 2 of us left out of 12. Me and one brother lives in India and is 90 years old. But I want all the statues that's left, and there's very few left. Leave them alone. I mean, that's the way I look at it as a citizen, as a taxpaying citizen. I've been here for I come here in 1956, and I rode a bicycle for 50 cents an hour. And I was taken in by Jewish people, and they taught me to be a businessman. And I'm not complaining. I'm wealthy. I'm not poor. Please understand. But I was raised by Jewish people. They got me in the stock market at 17 years old. A lot of my cousins today still live just like they did 100 years ago. And, you know, they're nothing. They think if they got a beer in a pickup truck on Friday, he's living. My friend, he's not living. I'm just going to hit a little bit on my white side, which I'm proud of, is my Indian side. This was my great-great-grandfather. His name was Albert Campbell. He joined the Confederate Army when he was 35 years old. He was a family man that raised apples and farmed in Augusta County. He joined up with what they call the Private Confederate Army of the Northern Virginia, the 5th Virginia Infantry Company C Mountain Guard. He was in there under Stonewall Jackson, and they're spending millions of dollars every year to change the names of the schools. As you know, my wife, she's a white woman, she went to Jackson. They changed it to Fishwick School, which is I'm sorry. Should I continue? Sit down.
Well, I would ask that you finish up here just.
Let me just go through and give you the number.
Just a few seconds.
Won't be a few minutes. These are who he fought under. This is why I'm so sad about seeing statues took down. Thomas J. Jefferson, known as General Stonewall Jackson.
My great-grandfather fought in the 5th Virginia Infantry in the Battle of Falling Water. He fought in Manassas. He fought in Kingstown, Fort Republic, Gaines Farm, Cedar Mountain, Chancellorsville, Gettysburg, Beacon Fair, Payne's Farm, Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse. He fought under General Jackson. And there, now as you know, up in VMI up here, as soon as the black gentleman took over here about 6 months ago, it wasn't 1 week that they took down his statue. Been there for 100 years. It's a shame. It's a disgrace what the people are brainwashed today and letting happen. But leave our statues and monuments alone. They represent the people that died, lost arms, legs, and families. That's just the way it was. Ladies and gentlemen, leave it like it was.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
And I think Jenkins? Jenkins? You're not going to speak?
Oh, you thought you were just attending to be here. You were just turning that form to be here.
Oh, okay.
So you don't want to speak. I took his paper. He brought it down here.
Danny, don't you go anywhere. Go ahead and speak. Okay.
My name's Danny Goad, and I reside at 4766 Reed Mountain Road in Cloverdale. I've got one question, and I've got a comment. Back in June or so, when this first began to be discussed, there was a question of ownership of the monument. And I believe that the county, the county attorney was tasked with determining who owns that memorial. The memorial that represents the fallen dead of Botetourt County who fought and died and for our county. And I have not heard a report of who owns that monument. And that's my question. My comment is regarding why are we looking at this issue to start with. My heart broke last year in June when we were having all the upheaval in our country with the rioting, threatened riots, and even in Roanoke City. And then this issue was brought up under the auspices of some people were offended and that we needed to do something about it. That people had received emails by board members who were complaining because of these monuments. I don't hear any mention of that today. And I'm so disheartened that our Board of Supervisors would bring up such an issue in such a divisive manner to accomplish the purpose of moving this memorial for the purpose of just gaining that property so that it could be used for a courthouse. It is so disheartening. Is your heart toward the people willing to tear up our county, that people would be in distress because of all the upheaval that's going on around us, and then trying to almost using that with the risk of disturbing our community, that you would use that to accomplish an unmentioned purpose? And we know today that the purpose of moving that memorial that represents our fallen dead, our forefathers, my great-great-great-grandfather that fought. And I say to you, do we not love our neighbor? The Board of Supervisors, the members, have an obligation to love their neighbor and to not stir up and create upheaval for the citizen. I'm sorry I have to be negative about this, but I can't just let this stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clinton, if I can, we're gonna probably, we'll let the citizens speak here, but I'm gonna ask you just an overview and some of the things that we need to take a look into of, you know, why this whole thing came about again, what was it for? Certainly, I love the passion that our public has for this. I certainly do, and as well as you do. But we've been put to order. I mean, our judge can sit there and say, this is what I want, this is what's going to happen, and we can't do a thing about it. So kind of reflect some of the things on that, if you would, to go over some of the things that have happened, that are going through, kind of as Dr. Leffel had gone through, but just a brief.
So, are you asking that I review the
whole
dynamics that brought this
the dynamics, yeah.
about? Yeah, and I'll say, Mr. Goad, he brings up good points. That I don't think anybody has ever said that this was a clear-cut issue. It's something that is worthy of discussion. That's why we appointed the Citizens Committee to deliberate it. The issue came up, as I recall. I mean, we were all here, and we all have to go back and think about it. But it initially came up, and this, I believe, was one of the sort of defining points during the discussions of the Citizens Committee. And it's a decent question. Does it belong, regardless of what anybody thinks about history and the Confederacy and the Union and all that, putting all that aside, does that monument or a monument of this kind belong in front, and I'm going to use a term that's commonly used these days in these discussions, does it belong in front of the, quote, halls of justice, unquote? And I think that's what sort of animated the concern about relocating it, because the argument can be made and was made and is still being made that the court, the circuit court, is about today's judicial system. And the Confederate monument has no connection to it. You know, I mean, it might make sense to have Lady Liberty or somebody out front in a statue, but it's sort of incongruous, that so many discussions went, incongruous to have the Confederate monument, which is no longer, it's no longer an active part of the government, in front of the circuit court. So that was, I think, the initiating consideration. And then, speaking for the Citizens Committee, we went over all those types of things and resolved early on, we're not going to demolish it. We're going to retain it. And as Dr. Leffel said, resolved early on to not modify it as much as possible, to move it intact, to respect it. And resolved early on to whatever level, well, this wasn't an early on resolution, but it was one of the things that we discussed here. Among the 3 or 4 proposed sites, it made sense that we retain a site on Courthouse Square in public view, accessible to the public, and accessible to those who want to reflect or do whatever they want to do in terms of sitting in front of or standing in front of or having photographs taken in front of that monument. And really, I mean, we didn't say this, but one of the goals has been, and this is a little too grandiose to say, but a monument properly sited evokes exactly what the Vietnam War Memorial, sir, and I understand everything you said, I admire it. The Vietnam War Memorial evokes, reflects, and remember, and respect and revere. You know, I mean, you can't do all that on this site, but we, the architects, the county, can create, I think, I'm confident, a situation that allows that same kind of opportunity for future generations. And to me, it can be done, and will be, well, depending on how the board votes, will be done in such a way that those of us, including me, by the way, folks, who had people who could be considered heroes on the Confederacy, and I did, out of Randolph County, North Carolina. You know, we can take pride in that, but at the same time, people who are curious about how all this happened, how did the War of Northern Aggression, if you will, how did it take place? It'll be an opportunity, like Mr. Fouch said, to maybe read some things about how all this happened and what we can learn from it. So I'm going on too long, getting to, I know, maybe far out, but that's sort of the dynamic. You know, it started with the idea, don't know from who, I really don't, but does it belong in front of the halls of justice, especially when we're going to renovate them? Decent question. So from that, it went into a broader discussion. I'm sorry I went so long, but.
No, that's all right. One thing I failed to do is I failed to get to the phones again. Was there anybody on the phones that wanted to speak?
If you're on the phone, please press *9 if you would wish to speak. At this time, I have no one.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing then, and just again, remembering that this is for the authorization of the issuance of the request for proposals, as our council discussed earlier. And start off with the Monument Memorial to Union Museum, historical site, this is from a state regulation that we have to go through. And, you know, from a government or military battle for a period of 30 days, with any proposal received to be brought back before the Board of Supervisors for consideration. If none are received or none are accepted or received, the board will make that final decision. The one thing that I do want to, you know what, just to get this open and cleared up, our council went ahead and reviewed the ownership of that monument. And Mike, when you went through that, could you repeat the ownership of that? I know you did a extensive research on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did go through and do the research on that. In 1903, the Virginia General Assembly authorized Botetourt County to erect a monument to the Confederacy in the courthouse square. The Board of Supervisors subsequently decided to do that. There was a committee of citizens that took up a subscription to do so, and the Board of Supervisors allowed that to be erected. Based upon, now there was no, just being entirely forthright, there was no titling paperwork. However, it has been treated as Botetourt County's for, at this point, almost 120 years. And the Citizens Committee never asserted any type of ownership of it. I took the wording of the General Assembly statute to mean that it was Botetourt County's monument.
Okay, thank you. Does any board members have any comments? Not. We are looking for issuance of RFP.
So this is the request for proposal that was described and outlined by Mr. Lockerbie earlier.
Correct. And what we can do is we can accept that, but then we'll come back and we can deny that. If I understand that correctly.
We can request the RFP by law. That is part of the process.
Correct.
And entertain any proposals that are received, not having to adopt any of those proposals.
Correct. Right. I'm not sure I understood that. I thought the issue was we vote yes or no on taking the committee's recommendation to relocate it. If we say no, then the RFP doesn't come into effect, right? It stays where it is. If we say yes, then the RFP, right? Before we can move it, before it can be moved.
You could decide simply not to move it at all.
Right.
Basically saying you don't want to issue the RFP means one of two things. Either that you're not going to move it at all, or that you're just deciding that you're going to defer making the decision until some later date. If you decide to go forward with the RFP, that means you're going to continue listening to what people have to say. You're going to continue thinking about it. You're going to hear what the RFPs are in order to hold open your options further.
But that doesn't happen unless we vote to move it. The RFP issue isn't a standalone, it's kind of a subordinate thing to the motion, the decision if it comes to move, right?
The decision to move would take place after the RFP, because the RFP would offer you the opportunity to, if you got a proposal to do so, to move it some other place. And you could, of course, reject all of the other you could reject all of the proposals and decide to keep it where it is.
But that doesn't become active until unless we say we want to move it. Then if we don't want to move it, the RFP is irrelevant, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It just, I think you and I are saying very much the same thing. It's just, if you decide you're not going to move it, no RFP.
Right.
If you decide you want to keep your options open at least and continue thinking about it, you need to issue the RFP.
And in that section, I feel that, number one, where the courthouse is, and if there's a possibility of damage to that memorial, I'm in concern. You know, certainly am, but we don't know what the renderings are. And so I think this is today a moot point of making a vote on any of this stuff, because we really don't know the full renderings of the courthouse. I ask our board to table this presently until we find out what the renderings are.
Chairman, I think that's a good point. I would make a motion to table it until such time as we find out what's going to happen with the courthouse.
And the public hearing was already there. Again, if this is tabled, this will be a further discussion. So, under advisement. Board, what would you like to, right now, I asked that we table. Is anybody?
Did you second that, Billy?
I thought I made the motion. I'm sorry, you made the motion, I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
So discussion, just to understand it, so if we table it, then presumably by this time next month, we'll know what the configuration of the new or renovated, whatever it turns out to be, courthouse is. I guess I was saying then what? I mean, what would be different?
Well, I mean, especially, again, I think that the judge has jurisdiction of that. He wants a courthouse, right? And if that courthouse interferes and with the damage of that monument, we need to take action or not. I don't know if there is or not, because I don't know what the renderings are. And that's why if I don't have any idea, I want to make sure that we table this until we have an idea.
Yeah, I have no objection to that. I'm just trying to understand what the upshot would be. So this time next month, we know the courthouse, and it's conceivable, I guess this is what we'd be saying, it's conceivable that the new configuration for the courthouse would force a move, would cause us to, maybe during construction or in
It
the
may or may
final
not.
product.
It may or may not.
Yeah, may not.
It may get a little clearer about the courthouse itself. It may not be too clear about the courthouse square, which would be right there.
Yeah.
But there's work to be done there as well. But it certainly the general idea would be that the courthouse will be further down the road for sure, and the knowledge about what that's going to entail. The construction around that courthouse, it goes without saying, is going to be right there on top of that monument. I mean, that goes without saying. The courthouse is going to be bigger and designed to accommodate what the judge needs for the next 20 to 30 years is kind of the idea. So,
yeah, two things could happen. One would be it has to be moved because the courthouse, the footprint of the courthouse will be where the monument is. That's possible. Or it'd be so close to the monument that if they have to excavate down for some kind of sub foundation, that it would undermine the monument. So it could be a temporary relocation too.
So there's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you to the public. I will make mention, I certainly, the passion is there. The passion is further. You know, it's great stuff. Let's, if we can.
Matt, I think somebody wanted to know what the decision is.
To table this.
Can you clarify?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This to table the, until a further date, until we find out what the renderings are. That would be a public comment in the very beginning, yes. So we're going to move to number 9, the consideration resolution in support of improvements to I-81 in the area of exit 168.
Can I say one thing before everybody leaves, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I really enjoyed the comments that were made by the people here today, very passionate comments. And I want to thank every one of you that came in here and spoke about this today. Sometimes your comments are going to be very helpful on the decisions that we make. So I just wanted to say thank you for those that came in and made your statements.
I agree with Supervisor Martin. It's really compelling to hear all this. This decision will not be made lightly. Any decision would not be made lightly. And I think that's why this board wants to get all the information before we can decide something definitive. And the courthouse renovation is a big part of that.
Yeah, can we wait till Cody goes? Okay. Cody? Oh, yes. And everybody should have in front of them the revised resolution of support. What's that? Oh, okay. Yes, mask is throwing me off. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Today, bring forward before you a resolution supporting additional funding for Interstate 81 and Exit 168 and the areas surrounding there on the interstate. Mr. Chairman, as I heard you note as I was coming down, you do have a revised resolution in front of you, and I will make note of that at the end of my comments. Governor Northam, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and the General Assembly have created and funded the Interstate 81 Corridor Improvement Plan and the corresponding improvement fund in order to construct $2 billion worth of projects along Interstate 81. These projects would do much to assist commerce and the traveling public along one of the state's primary corridors. However, additional priorities for projects also exist and continue to exist outside of those identified in the current plan, including major projects at and around Exit 168 in the northern part of Botetourt County. The attached resolution of support, of course, thanks state leaders for their current efforts and requests that funding be set aside to address safety issues at Exit 168 and the areas of the interstate in its vicinity. The resolution in front of you, as included both in your packet and amended, asks specifically for an amount approximately $200 million for these improvements. The amended resolution that you have before you adds into one of the major concerns for this area. It includes EMS responses. As many of you know, coming through that area, when an incident occurs on the interstate in that area, the only way to detour traffic is on Route 11 through the town of Buchanan. Typically, that's either at 162 or 168 and causing lots of major traffic on Route 11 and impeding fire and EMS response times in that area. So this does become a major safety issue when trying to respond to calls when an incident occurs on the interstate, because Route 11 is really the only way to alleviate that stress on the through line of the interstate. So this funding would do much to help alleviate those safety issues, in addition to providing additional project work on the interstate itself, just to enhance the overall operability of that stretch of interstate in and around the exit 168 area. A copy of this resolution, if adopted, will be forwarded to the governor, the Secretary of Transportation, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, and the county state legislative representatives, along with VDOT and the Salem District Engineer, Mr. King. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I know there's a few comments that we'll probably have here, and I know that, Amy, you were gonna have a few comments, if I could.
Please.
Start with you.
Sure. As the Buchanan representative, I'm thrilled to speak on behalf of this. I'm going to take us back to 1998. I just moved back to the area from being away at school, and I'd come back on July 1. Anybody from Buchanan knows that the word carnival is associated with Buchanan. And on July 4th, my family was going to go to the carnival, as you do every year if you live in Buchanan. Well, that year we didn't go to the carnival because if you recall, many of you might, it was pouring rain. There was a terrible crash at this area involved. It was in the northbound lane, but it ended up impacting both routes of travel, north and southbound. A family was killed via a head-on collision. And that event really rocked everyone. And since then, there have been multiple fatalities in that stretch of road or accidents that are bad enough to divert traffic. As Mr. Sexton said, diversion of traffic, there is really only one option. That is Route 11. It's rather a funnel there, and Route 11 at exit 168 is a 2-lane road. So essentially, you can get a complete backup north and southbound through the town of Buchanan between exits 162 and 168. Our fire and EMS station in Buchanan is located on Main Street, Route 11. So if they were to receive a call, there's absolutely no way they can respond in a timely manner to an emergency either north or south of town. So EMS consideration and safety, public safety, is a tremendous concern when these incidences happen. There are other implications of these incidences as well. Our businesses are impacted. You can imagine the town of Buchanan businesses, no one stops because everyone is scared and they're, following their GPS to the next known location. So the town businesses are impacted. The businesses at 168 and 162 are impacted. And I live at exit 168, and it is absolute mayhem trying to get through there when these I-81 blocking accidents occur. Another issue is agricultural traffic. Everyone knows I am a big supporter of our agriculturalists and our farming industry. There has been even one time when people were routed off of 81 onto Wheatland Road to 220 to Timber Ridge to Springwood Road, down 43, only to encounter a blocked Route 11 trying to get on it and travel north at the intersection of 43 and Route 11. Imagine how much agricultural traffic that increased volume encountered. That is another risk. So one accident can very easily promote other incidences. So with all that being said, I also want to point out there have been meetings since October of 2019 with our county officials, with our state legislators, and with VDOT looking at this problem. Really, renovation of 81 seems to be the only solution, and we have records of those meetings. The last good thing I will say about this is I feel like this project will have no lingering costs. So at the end of the improvements, we won't be left with something that we have to maintain. So there will be no fiscal impact on the budget going forward. So I strongly support this resolution, and I hope everyone else will too.
Amy, I think you bring up some very good points. Number one, first of all, this is $2 billion that will be out there. We're asking, I believe, for $200 million to fix this problem we've been asking for years and years and years. We put this on every program available to get this taken care of, and it's been denied. It's put different treatments on there to say, okay, this will slow down, this will save people's lives. And that's what it is. I've been on a professional witness in the court situations, and, they ask me, what is an eye worth? What is a life worth? $200 million we're sitting there spending on many lives in this area that we've seen consistent accidents. I understand there's $2 billion in each accident is a problem. Each accident that happens on I-81 is a problem at that spot. But we've had multitude of accidents, and we need to also look at the flow of Route 11 and the safety of the public that we look at Route 11. I mean, I support this as Amy does, and I hope this pushes through. I hope we have more support from other areas, for the truckers area to, townships that are throughout. So, I wish this would be done already, as we've asked for it many, many years. Any other comments? I know, Steve, you have some engineering thoughts on this whole thing too,
I do, and also some memory thoughts that day, July 4th.
Yeah.
I forgot what year it is, 79?
98.
98, yeah, okay, time flies. That's in my memory. I was home that evening, rainy afternoon, and every time I go through that area on Interstate 81, I dare say every time I think about that. It was so horrific. So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I can't resist this. Can we change the word accidents to the more timely crashes? Yeah, this is like the 7th or 8th, whereas down here, a little more impactful. But yeah, I guess from an engineering viewpoint, Mr. Chairman, that highway, designed in the 1950s for 15% truck traffic. The average percentage of truck traffic now on the full 325-mile length is about 25%. In this particular stretch around exit 168, it's more like 30%, about 28% truck traffic. So it's way beyond, on a percentage basis, the percentage of truck traffic that it was designed for, double that. This section suffers from the very beginning. It was a tough gig to design a highway through that pass, with the vertical geometry and the horizontal and the curves and so on. And it just gets worse with the increased demand and increased growth of traffic. And the proof of that is pretty clear. I mean, you can look on, I probably have it here somewhere, but VDOT FastFacts and other places. Exit 168, I have to look, make sure I'm saying this correctly. Exit 168, now, Interstate 81 in general averages like 8 to 10 fatalities a year. That's twice the Virginia average on our interstate. So bring in I-64 or I-95. Yeah, we think of them as being hazardous and lethal. They can't hold a candle to the percentage of not accidents, crashes that produce fatalities. So the evidence is there, the experience is there. More deaths per year, more traffic, more truck traffic per year, and more truck traffic as a percentage of total traffic, and the total traffic has grown. In fact, by 2035, now there's about 15,000 average daily truck traffic through that stretch. It'll be about 27,000 by 2035. So it's growing more than just linearly. So it's clear, it's something we need to do, and I wholeheartedly support the resolution. Thank you for asking me.
Anybody else have any comments?
I'm just gonna add one anecdotal comment. My brother and sister-in-law from Roanoke were down a couple weeks ago to celebrate my husband's birthday. We met at foot of the mountain. They came in, they live in Southwest County, Roanoke. They came in and they said, "How do you all do this every day? This road is terrible." So I think, that does reflect on our region as well. Thankfully, they made it there safely back and forth. But when people make that commute, it does reflect negatively on our area. So any improvements would, I think, be widespread.
In that case, do I hear an adoption?
I move to adopt.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been sternly asked to take a small break if we can, 5 to 10 minutes, if we could, come on back in and reconvene.
Leave me alone.
Okay, what's your thought? Think so?
It ain't, is it?
Oh, gosh, yes, but I didn't call him. He's gonna get me in my office. I know. He will. Sorry. He did not. Sorry. agreement and updated fees. Who is here to present that?
That's me.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, good evening, Board and Mr. Chairman. What you have in your packet is a updated, facility rental agreement for our Parks and Recreation's outdoor facilities. This includes our ball fields and our, picnic, shelters that we have throughout the county. Some of the things we updated in this new, policy is some COVID requirements to reflect, the current, the COVID requirements. I realized today, I think the governor spoke and they're changing again on April 1st. So we'll update that, some guidelines in there for that. Another thing was, in the past, groups of, travel teams have rented facilities from March through November, 4 or 5 times, a month and continuously throughout the year and use it as a home field basically. So we are restricting, rentals for no more than 6 at a time. And the last thing, after some research looking at other counties, around us, what they charge for facilities, rentals and ball field rentals, we raised our prices, our fees up to reflect that. So you can see that on the 4th page of the travel teams are wanting to use our facilities for that. And then also on the next page, our picnic shelters, we have, we used to in the past, somebody could rent a shelter all day if they wanted to, when in reality, they only wanted a birthday party for 2 hours. So we split that up and allow for half-day rentals now, and split that cost in half. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Patano? It looks like it's pretty straightforward and concise there. The rules, regulations, and insurance programs that you have in place. There is no adoption. This is just. Yeah, I think there is. Yeah. Is there adoption of this? I'm trying to look right here.
There's approved
Okay.
policy and fees.
Yeah, I'll second that. There, thank you. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Mr. McConnell.
Thank you.
If we can move to number 13, Emergency Communications Committee. Chief Ferguson.
Thank you again, sir. The Emergency Communications Committee has not met since the last board meeting. However, we had already at that time requested to move forward with the negotiations process, and we have negotiated a contract which was inked as of Friday with Morecom as it relates to the phase 1 of the Emergency Communications Radio System Analysis Study. Hopefully, we will be able to kick that off sometime in the next week or two to start that conversation, and really that's about a 120-day estimated phase to get to the point where we have a final product of an analysis to evaluate and put forth for consideration for next steps.
Great. That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Sort of courthouse study. Want to go for it?
Sure. The courthouse committee hasn't met that I remember, Steve, since our last meeting. The architects have been in the design phase. So I see a memo from David asking about a meeting to review some of their work on April 2nd, which is a week from this Friday. At that meeting, we will hear about or at least get a first glance at some renderings, I think is what's going to go on at that point, and then move forward with any comments about that, and hopefully have something for you all. The timeline's going to be revised a little bit, I think, at that meeting as well. And then hopefully within a month have some renderings for the board to review. Sound right?
That sounds good. Thank you. Any board member have any comments Suggestions?
I have one in observance of National, I think, Agriculture Day. Shout out to all the farmers out there.
Right.
You notice my tie.
I won't bring up mine. Number 14, there's a vacancy at the Fincastle District, represented on the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Mr. Chairman, that's in my district, I believe. We've been working on that with Nicole, and that's the Board of Zoning Appeals, Fincastle District Representative. If you will remember, Dr. Leffel had to step down to take over other obligations. So in her place, we have Darren Hill, who is actually her husband. He is a longtime county resident, 1987 graduate of James River High School, I believe. They are landowners, the Leffel property, as you might know, down in the Eagle Rock area. So he has stepped forward and expressed a desire and would be willing to serve. So I would like to nominate him in that capacity.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Is he an engineer? I think he is. But, anyway, that concludes the business for the morning or early afternoon agenda. And at 6 o'clock, we'll reconvene.
509.
Subways in boardroom?
509.
Morning, Article 2, District Regulations, Chairman. No kidding. Glad to have you here. No, we'll not be talking about that. That's good.
Anyway, first action, being asked to take, action on. Oh, there we go. So, is a zoning ordinance text amendment. So the Botetourt County Board of Supervisors proposed text amendments to the Chapter 25 zoning, Article 2, District Regulations Generally, Division 11, Business District B2, Section 25-242, Permitted Uses, Section 25-243, Uses Permissible by Special Exception, and Division 6, Special Development Approvals, Article 6, Definitions, Sections 25-601, Definitions. In accordance with Chapter 25, Zoning, Division 6, Special Development Approvals, Section 25-583, Zoning Ordinance Text or Map Amendment, owner initiated. The board authorized this text amendment for consideration by the Planning Commission for the purpose of amending the code for clarification of certain types of community hardware stores. The proposed amendments are as follows. Section 25-242 is permitted uses to rename the use hardware lumber to hardware store for the purpose of clarifying that particular use. Section 25-243, uses permissible by special exception to add the use lumber and building supplies sales. And Section 25-601, definitions to add definitions for both hardware store and lumber and building supplies sales. Again, the request to amend the zoning ordinance was initiated by Jonathan Young on behalf of Yelkus Property, LLC, and the applicant's desire to locate their business, Advanced Tracking, LLC, upon their property that they already own and that is located in the B2 use district. The property is located at 4919 Catawba Road. Many of you probably know it as the former Nanny's Market site. However, please keep in mind that while the proposed amendment is being brought forward by the applicant in hopes of obtaining a special exception permit to locate the business there, this is a text amendment that would affect any existing B2 use properties or any future B2 use properties throughout the entire county. Staff did work with Mr. Young to craft the proposed text amendments with a goal of providing clarification, much needed clarification, I would add, in working with him on his business for two existing uses already in the ordinance, which are the hardware lumber, which is allowed as a permitted use in the B2 use district, and lumber and building supply sales, which is allowed as a permitted use in the B3 use district, as well as, of course, a goal to make some changes that would allow the applicant to locate Advanced Tracking LLC, which is a solar type industry business upon that property on Catawba Road. So the amendments, basically in a nutshell, propose to change hardware lumber to simply hardware store. So it's just basically a name change. That would still remain a permitted use in the B2 use district. Nothing would really change there. And then we're proposing to add lumber and building supply sales that's currently only allowed as a permitted use in the B3 use district to allow it as a special exception use in the B2 use district. That way there's still oversight and control. In each individual site could be looked at. If somebody did request this, any conditions to mitigate any concerns could certainly be placed on that. And then to further clarify the ordinance, there were no definitions included for either of the existing uses in the ordinance today. We proposed definitions for those two uses. That way it's very clear what the different characteristics and what the difference would be between, say, a hardware store versus a building supply sales store, lumber and building supply sales store. To date, the county has not received any opposition to the proposed amendments, and the Planning Commission did vote unanimously to recommend approval to the board of the proposed amendments. And still not seeing the applicant yet. Kind of surprised he's not here, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you had at this time.
Is there any significance to these two definitions on hardware? It says specifically retail sale. Lumber and building supplies is retail and wholesale. Should we include wholesale in hardware too, do you think?
Staff would not recommend that. And when you go back and you look at the B2 use district where it has hardware lumber now, that was where some of the confusion came in, because you have to look at the overall use that's listed. And it actually reads that it's commercial uses. The category is commercial uses serving the needs of a community, having characteristics similar to hotels, motels, indoor theaters, restaurants, drive-in eating establishments, retail stores and shops, such as having characteristics similar to wearing apparel, home appliance sales and services, toys, electronics, furniture, fabric, groceries, hardware, lumber, automobile supplies, home furnishings, department stores, fitness centers, and business services. And that category specifically contains a statement that says only merchandise intended to be sold at retail on premises shall be stocked. So when we think about hardware lumber, and we feel like the hardware store is a much better label for that, it's really a business that's serving the community that it's located within. So I think of that as being more like an Ace Hardware. You know, I'm going to go in and I'm going to find a lot of compartmentalized different things, anywhere from maybe some bolts to paint to a new weed eater to a new chainsaw. I'm going to typically find things that might have like home and gardening supplies. I might buy a new tree or some plants for my yard, but it's really more serving the immediate community. And then when we think about things like lumber and building supply sales, when we researched a lot of the definitions for these kind of businesses that are out there, we were really coming back with that's kind of more like your 84 lumber. You know, 84 lumber is a very specialized. They tend to only have certain building materials. In this case, the applicant's business is related to the solar industry. So they do a lot of the racking systems and so forth that hold the solar panels. They help to design what's needed for the application. The parts are shipped in. They mostly sell to the wholesale type industry with the contractors and things like that doing the work. And under the applicant's information that he supplied to us, certainly they would sell to the community, but a broader part of their market is not from the community itself. And that's again why we felt like, you know, if we're going to add the lumber and building supply sales as a use in the B2 use district, which is a little bit more focused with its purpose to serving the more immediate community, that it be a special exception use. So there could be that oversight to make sure that the particular location that somebody would apply for would be appropriate for what is being proposed. And if there were any concerns, of course, they could be mitigated.
So then by right, someone could open a wholesale lumber supply in B2.
Yes.
But could not do wholesale hardware supply, which is not really a common situation, I guess.
Mm-hmm. How many B2 stores would this affect in the area, this change?
I'm not sure that it would really affect any. The use, you know, lumber, hardware lumber / lumber is already a permitted use in the B2 district. So What this would really be doing would just be kind of more clearly defining what that use is. And then we're adding an additional use, so we're providing an additional allowance by SEP for the lumber and building supply sales. And that would still be a use that, you know, we're not proposing to change as a permitted use by right in B3. I used 84 lumber as an example, and if you look at that underlying zoning, it is actually in B3. So when the zoning administrator, Nicole, and I sat down and discussed this after Mr. Young approached us, you know, we really began to look at it and say, well, this is what, you know, even though it's not real clear in the ordinance because the uses aren't defined, this does appear to be what was intended by the ordinance. So the main purpose of the text amendments is to provide a lot of clarification so that the ordinance is easily understandable by the public as well as staff, but to also then hopefully, if the board were to approve the amendments, provide an option to hear a special exception permit request for this particular solar business to locate in the B2 zoning district. We did look at all the options for Mr. Young, and he doesn't have enough property to be able to ask for rezoning to B3. Right. So we did try to explore every possibility to avoid a text amendment, but this at the end of the day was the only option that might accomplish his needs.
Like it. So he owns the property.
Yes, he does already own that particular property.
Right. There's gas there. Well, used to be. My understanding is the tanks have already been remediated and removed. Okay.
And
Maybe I remember that.
Ultimate goal, which, you know, we have a little bit more information in the SEP request, more specific to that site, would be that the gasoline canopy would be removed. He would actually do some remodeling on the existing building to meet the needs of advanced racking.
Any other questions?
So there was no citizen comment on it?
No, sir. We did not get any comments from anyone regarding the text amendments themselves. We did ultimately get a little bit of support for the SEP from a solar business standpoint locating at that location, but we had no negative input from either request.
I'll make it look a little bit better too.
Well, it needs to be used for something. Yeah.
And just to clarify, make sure I'm understanding correctly, this text amendment would not negatively affect any businesses that are currently B2?
No.
Or any future businesses that are currently B2?
No, it would actually provide
it seems
another option to allow something that's not allowed now. So it wouldn't make anything non-conforming or grandfathered as a result of the change. It would actually provide an additional allowance for somebody to be able to request the building and lumber supply sales in a B2 district by special exception permit.
And I'm saying if there's no other questions, I'll move for approval.
Need a public hearing?
Oh, public hearing, excuse me. Thank you very much. They're just going too fast here. I'll open the public hearing. There's nobody here to speak. Any phone?
If you would like to speak on the phone. At this time, no.
I'll close the public hearing and move for approval. A motion to approve?
Oh, yeah, I'm in favor of it, yeah.
Second that? All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
And number 17.
So there again, the next request is associated. This is a request from the Amsterdam Magisterial District from Yale House Property LLC, which is requesting a special exception permit with possible conditions in the B2 use district in accordance with section 25-583 special exceptions and section 25-243 uses permissible by special exception, and to allow the use lumber and building supply sales at 4919 Catawba Road, Route 779, approximately 200 feet from the intersection of Haymaker Town Road and identified on the real property identification maps of Botetourt County as Section 86-14A and Section 86-11B. As I mentioned before, Mr. Young is also the applicant on behalf of Yale House Property LLC that is requesting the special exception permit to allow the use of lumber and building supply sales from the subject property. This particular site, and the highlight was red, and it doesn't show up here, so I'd like to, I can move my cursor. There we go. So most of you might be familiar. This is the old Manny's Market building, and this was that gasoline canopy. So this site here that I'm highlighting as 8611B is comprised of two different tax parcels. Those two parcels total 1.66 acres and is, as you can see, located in the B2 use district. Actually, the applicants also own the next B2 parcel that I'm moving the cursor over. That contains a single-family house that they have renovated and do rent as a home, but they do own the adjacent B2 property as well. The next B2 property closer to Haymaker Town Road actually has a single-family manufactured home, and the third B2 use property is actually vacant. As you can see, most of the property adjacent to it is either A1 agricultural or agricultural residential across the street, which contains a lot of single-family homes. The aerial picture on the next screen, the highlight of the property shows up a little better in red, but you can see that the property behind in A1 is mostly wooded, the single-family homes across the street. The applicant is proposing to basically use the existing facilities as much as possible, but as a result of the change of use, he would have to go through site plan approval process, which we've discussed, which means that he would actually be bringing the site into conformity with a lot of the standards in the ordinance today. So a lot of the asphalt that just kind of bleeds into the road, that would have to be taken out, more defined driveways, so on and so on. He's proposing to take out all the asphalt in front of the actual old store building itself. And that would turn into a lawn area. So as such, and part of any site plan approval, the applicant has a boundary survey that's current, showing the properties that they own. Again, this is the subject site. This is actually the site that they own with the house on it. As you can see, it is two properties, and as a result, they would end up combining those two properties into one to dissolve that middle lot line. The applicant did include a concept site plan in their request, and they kind of give an overview of how they would utilize the property. As you can see, they do have two defined driveways, one going into, basically they label it visitor parking, but would probably be more like customer parking, I would have called it. The removal of the asphalt in front of the existing store building. Looks like they're proposing to have their employees kind of park inside what I'm going to call a gated area or fenced area. As I mentioned earlier, they do a lot of design for solar racking. So a lot of that stuff is shipped directly to the job sites of their customers, but occasionally they would have some of those materials that come onto the yard and then taken out for delivery. This would be a opaque screen fenced area that would block the view of it. Anything on the yard, that is. So the applicant's narrative did describe Advanced Racking as a solar design and service business that designs and consults with their clients on the best hardware and installation process for specific solar projects, which are mostly tailored around commercial and industrial solar projects. They also indicated that the Catawba Road location would enable them to increase their retail sales and open a service division, which would include the installation of solar components, which they don't do now, and that the products would be located inside and outside of their building, but that they would not have a high product turnover or a lot of traffic associated with the contractor sales-oriented business. The applicant does plan to remodel the existing building to meet the needs of Advanced Racking LLC if the SEP is to be granted. And with the change of use, as I mentioned earlier, the zoning ordinance would require the site to be brought into conformance with zoning standards currently found in the ordinance today. So, the Planning Commission, did also vote unanimously to recommend conditional approval of the SEP and included the 3 conditions proposed in staff's background report. And those conditions were that the property would have to be developed in substantial conformity to the concept site plan included in the application, that the SEP approval shall not be exempted from meeting the requirements of the Botetourt County Noise Ordinance. And just as a nice catch-all, we like to include that all other specifications and general provisions shall be met as required by the Botetourt County Zoning Ordinance. In no instance shall the SEP approval exempt a project from any local, state, or federal development requirements except where allowed by the zoning ordinance. Again, we didn't have any opposition to the granting of a special exception permit, which, as you know, would have all the adjacent property owners would have received mail notice, and this would have been specifically advertised in the paper for the specific property. And still not seeing the applicant. Still don't know what happened there, but I would be happy to answer any particular questions that you have regarding the SEP request.
Any questions? Board?
Do you know how high the storage racks might be relative to the 7-foot fence?
I do not. There wasn't quite that level of detail in the applicant's application. I don't believe there's, from discussions with him though, it did sound like most of what would be on site that wasn't pre-ordered for a particular job would be smaller in nature. So most of the things that would come in and then go back out relatively quickly. And it would be things that would be more a little localized where jobs were occurring, as most of the larger racking on the commercial industrial jobs is shipped directly to the sites. So my anticipation would be that it wouldn't be anything, too overbearing.
Yeah, it seems that way. And I'm not sure that the racks are necessarily unsightly on their own anyway. If they've got 7 feet of them blocked, that would probably be sufficient.
Yes, sir.
So county ordinance would deal with lighting in there at night, because there's people right across the road, right?
Sure.
So.
Yep. Again, when they go through site plan approval process as a result of the change of use, the county does, the zoning ordinance has a lighting ordinance. Right. So they would not be able to exceed at least, I think it's 0.5 foot candles at the interior property lines. And since there's residential across the road, that would come down, I'm wanting to say to 0.02 foot candles when it crosses the road and gets to the residentially used property. So they would have to comply with any lights that they put up for their yard or building with all the lighting requirements. They would have to do photometrics and provide details of the fixtures, downward directed, those kind of things.
Yeah, because that's those houses are just right across there, very close. So like something else I was thinking about, after hours deliveries of materials or goods. I mean, is there any does county speak to that or no?
There's nothing specifically in the ordinance that would regulate when deliveries could or could not occur. I just point out that as with any special exception permit, if there were a particular concern that the board had, you're certainly, it's within your means to put any conditions on the approval that you deem appropriate to mitigate that concern.
Well, just thinking out of respect, but if the neighbors didn't have concerns, I guess that's
And they're going to live on site, right?
They don't. They actually live down Haymaker Town Road.
Okay.
They do own the house next door. It came when they purchased this property. It was the same property owner. They do have a residential tenant in that property. They rent
someone
that property.
lives there, but not them.
Yes.
Okay.
So they do have an interest, and they do live very close by because they live right down Haymaker Town Road.
Certainly, the noise ordinance comply at nighttime and everything.
It would. You know, with a special exception permit approval, the way the noise ordinance is written, if we don't provide that condition or put that condition on the approval, then they would not be subject to the noise ordinance. And that's why you regularly hear us, you know, recommending that you keep them subject to the noise ordinance.
Yes. Any other questions from the board? Let's open public hearing. Are you here to speak? Phone?
If you're on the phone and would like to speak, press star 9. No one at this time.
Close the public hearing. And do I hear a motion? Steve?
I'll move for approval, the special exception permit.
With the conditions.
For approval.
With conditions.
Oh, with conditions, yeah, the conditions from the planning commission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, Drew.
Thank you.
We'll continue this meeting and adjourn at some time on the 25th. So this continues the meeting until the 25th. We'll adjourn. All right? Very good. Thank you.
Goodbye.